don't know what that's from. That's like a song from something. I don't know what it's from though. Oh! What the heck? Why is this even turned off? Wait. Wait, why is it so small? There we go. It's like the smallest chat box ever. Wait. Be longer. Actually be even longer. There we go. Hi! If you remove your tear ducts, then you're basically kind of like a perfect crybaby, right? We don't cry. You just make noise. None of us cry. Hi! We don't actually cry. Those are just for fun. Hi, 350! Hope you're doing well this fine day. Thank you! Well, I am, but certainly my patience was tested. My tastance was can I speak English? My patience was tested today. I was like going upstairs to change over my laundry, and I encountered one of those people. Do you know, like, I don't know if you guys are like this. Hopefully you're not. Or like, so I live in an apartment where there's no in-unit laundry. At least for my unit. I live in one of the cheaper units, so there's not an in-unit laundry. There's like a shared unit, like a shared laundry room. And I encountered one of those people who like sees that there's someone else in the room that wants to use, you know, like the laundry machine. And then like, but they're gonna decide to like separate their clothes on top of like the dryers into their laundry basket when you're like waiting. I don't know if you've experienced those sorts of people before. It's like literally one of my biggest pet peeves. Is like the people who like in a laundry room where they can like tell that like you want to use the laundry, they like separate their laundry on top of the dryer instead of letting you put your stuff in. And then you're kind of just like waiting there really awkwardly, praying that they'll just go away and like stop this madness. But then they like keep doing it and you're like, I have to wait for you to fold both of your pieces of laundry for me to use the dryer? This is a shared space. Can you go back to your apartment and do this? Can you like leave? Like there's someone here who wants to use this. Can you please go away? I was like watching them and like sitting on like the chair in the laundry room. Like, what is... Can you go away? I understand wishing or wanting to like fold your laundry before you go back to your apartment. But like, I would never do that if there was someone else waiting. Like, I was very clearly waiting to move my laundry over. I don't know what this person's problem was. I was like, well, I guess I'll just sit here and wait. You know what I kind of wish they had here in the States is when I was in Japan, Hio and I did our laundry like, well, we did it at like one of the apartments, the freaking hotels, but we also went to like a laundromat, and at both of those places the washing machine is both a washer and a dryer. That was so cool. I wish that they could do that here. Like, I wouldn't have to switch anything over. I could just like press the cycle to wash and dry. Like, I think that's like pretty cool if you ask me. They do? I've never seen them before in my life, but also I've mostly only lived in really old apartments. Because I can't afford any new places. So I mostly just live in like really old, probably lead in the walls sort of like apartment complexes. And also, the washing machine that I have at home with my mom and stuff, it's like a really old machine. So I don't really know. She's been talking about like one day wanting to renovate our house and add in a dishwasher, because she was like, one day when you move back here, you know, you're probably gonna want some of your modern technology things. So maybe when I fix up the kitchen, we'll add a dishwasher for you, since you are probably not used to washing your dishes anymore. And I was like, what the heck? Like, called me out like that. I was like, hello? She was like, you and your modern technology wanting to use the dishwasher? Because my mom is very Asian. Like, we just always use like a dish rack and like hand wash everything. And so she was like, you just probably don't even remember what it's like to like have to live and do this. And she was like, so we're just gonna have to install. It's like, this is so effed up. And she's not, I mean, like, she's not totally wrong. Like, because I have a dishwasher, obviously I use it. But it doesn't mean that I don't wash any dishes with my hands. Like, there are items in the apartment that I can't wash in the dishwasher. Like, I'm not gonna wash a blender in the dishwasher, you know? Like, there are bowls that are too big that I use when I bake stuff sometimes. You know, that doesn't fit in the dishwasher. There are certain pans that you can't wash in the dishwasher because it gets rid of the coating. So, like, I still wash some of my dishes. I just don't wash, like, the cups and the plates anymore. She was like, for your modern sensibilities. Okay, what am I? Freaking a Gen Alpha? Like, I'm not 2 years old. I was like, okay. But I mean, if she wants to install a dishwasher, I won't stop her from, like, installing a dishwasher. But I was like, why do you have to say it like that? What do you mean? Because we have to, at some point, she has to, replace all of our cupboards in the house because, the press board is, like, there's, like, apparently termites or something, or, like, ants? I forget which one it is. But there's, like, a problem because, like, these bugs got into the press board, because press board is, it's not, like, sturdy or anything. So, we have to replace the press board. Which would mean, like, and she has to wait for me to come home and help her to replace the press board because she's too old to carry all of the stuff that we have in all of the like what do you call them, the cupboards. I literally just said the word and I forgot already. She's too old to like carry all of the heavy stuff in all the cupboards, so she needs me to come home probably during the holidays. I'll do it. I have to like grab all of the plates and like move them onto our big dining table and like get everything off of the shelves for her because she can't stand up to the top of them and carry it down. But if we don't empty the cupboards, we can't replace them. So she needs me to be at home so I can like take all the stuff down. So I'll probably have to do that during the holidays. But there's like a freaking infestation in the press board. She was like, I guess it's been a long time. We can replace them. She was like, we'll replace it with something that they can't eat. I was like, okay. There's also like a stair in the back of the house that I have to help her like take apart so that we can get someone to fix it. Because like there's like one step. It's kind of crazy. Like we have like these stairs in the back of the house and there's one singular step that's rotted and like loose now. And I don't understand how that happened. Like the rest of the stairs are fine. And then there's one stair and it's like it's like decrepit. Like when you step on it, you can feel like it's starting to give. I'm like, why? How? How did this one stair decide that it was gonna like be like F you and then like get rotted and like filled with probably bugs? Hi Nero, welcome. But anyway, that's Toka's story of getting pissed off at someone in my apartment again today. I'm hoping that I don't see that person again. I hate whenever I go to the laundry room and there's someone in there. It's a personal thing I don't like. It's like, why are you here? I know that we're supposed to celebrate, celebrate. Can I speak English? I know that we're supposed to like share the space. And I love sharing. But every time I go to the laundry room and I see someone in there, I'm like, did this have to happen? Is this really happening right now? Can you not be here? I don't like to see people. I don't like when I see people live in the apartment. I like to believe that mostly I live alone. Like, there's no one except for, like, me and my roommate. And, like, I guess the neighbors across the hall because I can hear them. But I like, hate when I see the people who live in my complex. I don't want to see you. It'd be nicer if I didn't see you, actually. Hi, Big Papa John! I just had a sauce in your honor. Yippee! Today, So I bought more Celsius because I didn't have any. So I bought more. So now I'm drinking the sparkling Fuji apple pear because I was buying in bulk. And this one was on sale on the internet, so I bought this one. It's the Fuji apple pear. It's really good. I would recommend it if you see it. It's very good. Because I was drinking like espresso for a couple of days, but it just doesn't make me feel as awake as an energy drink. It doesn't really matter which energy drink it is, but if I like, but I never feel as awake as like when I have an energy drink versus coffee. Yeah, well I didn't order from Costco. I ordered off of Amazon because I needed some other things for the apartment. Like I needed so I prefer to use what's it called? Bar soap. I prefer to use bar soap to wash my hands, but also in the kitchen we use liquid soap. We've been out of liquid soap for like a month. And so I ordered with the Celsius, I ordered liquid soap because for like the last month, I have been, when I need to wash my hands after doing stuff in the kitchen, I've been walking to the restroom to wash my hands and then I walk back and continue whatever I was doing. And I was like, I think it's time to just buy liquid soap. So I bought liquid soap and I bought Celsius. Oh, and a second mic, because oh, and also I bought the SATA hard drive thing to connect my hard drive to my computer so I can pull the rest of my stuff off of it. Because there was a hard drive thingy that I need. You know how there was like stuff on my old hard drive? One of the hard drive things that you could use to read the stuff and send the stuff back and forth, it was on sale, so I bought that. And then the mic that I use for the 3D stuff that I've been working on to like I've also been using it for work, like my IRL job. And because I've been doing some interviews for my IRL job, just from what like I do for the job. And it's for marketing. So but they were like basically like, oh, you know, Toka, you could borrow this and this and this, and I was like, I really hate I really hate having to borrow equipment. I'd much rather just own equipment. So I bought a second of the lav mic, because I have one lav mic, but some of the interviews they needed like 2 lav mics. And I really hate borrowing equipment because it's really annoying. So I bought a second lav mic because it was also on sale. So now I have 2 lav mics, so I don't have to give a shit about borrowing any equipment anymore. And that's perfect because I hate borrowing equipment. One of my least favorite things is when you have to when you borrow equipment and then you have to return it, because then I like you have to go back to the place you borrowed it from, you know, and that's really annoying. So I just don't like that like experience of having to like commute out just to return something. Cause like I don't know if you ever if you any of your jobs make you like borrow equipment from other places that we don't have. Cause like we don't have a bunch of like stuff at my job that like would help with marketing, so I have to borrow stuff from like different departments, if that makes sense. And then they're like, well, we're not going to collect it from your office, so come back. And then I have to go back, and then I have to return it, and it's like, because my commute to work is like pretty long. It's like an hour, a little bit more than an hour, just one way. So whenever I have to return something, if I can't get it done by the days that I'm actually in the office, then I have to commute back just to return it. And it's like I'm not gonna spend like a little bit over 2 hours of my day commuting just so that I can return something from one office to another office. Because I've done that before and it sucks ass. It's like, why did I just commute for like 2 hours to return like a camera and a mic set? So I just bought them. I was like, I'm just gonna buy this, and like I can use it myself for other things, you know. So it's like, I guess like it's like technically like I'm buying it for myself, and I'm also buying it for my job, and I'd rather do that because I'm never doing. I hate the commuting to just return stuff, because it's like also like, oh my god, recently, for my job, one of like we ordered some stuff, right, and then the delivery people delivered it to a different office, like because like there's like multiple buildings, right, and I was like, is it because I don't have like a car, so and the boxes were kind of big, so I was like, is there a way to have someone deliver from that office to our office? And they were like, no, come here yourself. And I was like, I was like, oh, because my what do you call it? Like my team doesn't have like a cart. We don't have a car, and my boss doesn't have a car, even though he can drive. He doesn't have a car. And so I was like, oh, and I was like, well, so I like went to like downstairs, and I was like, I asked that team, I was like, hey, do you have a cart that I can use so that I can go and grab this stuff? And they were like, we usually do, but we can't find it right now. And I was like, oh. And so I was like, I guess I'll just walk over to the other office and see how big all the boxes are. So I walked over, and the boxes, they were big. So I asked that group, I was like, hey, do you guys, I know you guys won't, you know, bring the boxes over for me, but do you have any carts that I could borrow? They were like, yeah, we have a couple of carts, you can borrow this one. And they gave me a broken one, and I was like, oh. Okay. And so I like wheeled back this like broken ass cart with like a bunch of boxes, like several blocks back to my office. And I brought it up, and like I unpacked everything, and then I had to like be like, oh, there's like a mistake with this one thing, so I had to like email people about it. And then I had to like wheel back this broken cart, and I didn't realize that their hours, that like the office that I borrowed this cart from and like they delivered to the wrong place, had like different hours than my office does. So like I went back, I walked all the way back, and I tried to get into the building, and they were closed and no one was there. And I was like, oh. So then I had to walk all the way back with the broken cart, and then I had to go back the next day and then walk all the way back, and then bring it back, and then go all the way back again. And I was like, I love the inability to just deliver things to the right place. It's so fun. Because this is like the third time where we've like ordered stuff, and then they don't deliver it to my office. They deliver it to this other team. And I don't know why. I think it's because the person that we like order with talks to someone on that team. But the boxes always have my name. And the address is always the address for my office. So I don't know why they always deliver to her office. I just don't get it. I just like, it's not even like close, like there's like several buildings that are all like separate from each other, right? And so it's like, I don't really understand how it can have my name and my office address, but they'll deliver it to a different office just because she's the one who contacts them. Because it's like just mail delivery, right? It's like you should deliver to the address on the box, not just to the person who orders it. Because it's not even her name. And it's not even her address. It's also so funny because the woman who they keep delivering to in that building works remotely 100% of the time. She's never in office. Yeah, I can see the name on it. And it's so funny because she doesn't even work there. She works remotely. So every time I've like had to like go over there, I'm always like, so did they drop this off for this person at this office? And they're always like, she's not even at the office. And I'm like, I know, but like, did they put it in her cubicle, and then they're like, yeah, and I'm like, okay, well, can I take it? And they're like, are you sure it's for you? I'm like, yeah, my name is on it. They're like, can we see your ID? And I'm like, I give them my work ID, and they're like, I guess so. I don't know why they delivered it here. I'm like, look, I don't know why they delivered it here either. And then, and then I walk back because they've delivered like light objects to her office. They've delivered heavy stuff that we've needed there. And I was like, why? Because she doesn't work there, really. I mean, like, she works for us, obviously, but she doesn't, like, work in the office. She's full remote. I don't know what they're doing. It's so funny. I don't really understand, like, the delivery people for that company, but it's fine. At least we have what we need. It doesn't matter. But you know, that's just how it is. God, you should drink this though, Big Papa John, if you see it. The Fuji apple pear. If any of you like Celsius, this is a very good flavor. It tastes it's very pear-like. I really like pears, so if you like pears, you probably like it. Not Asian pear, it's how do you call it? I was about to say DiGiorno. Hello? The Jiminama Danjo pear? I don't know what this pear is called. What is this called? The green one. Green pear. Pear name. Danjo. I think it's a Danjo. No, is it a Tosca? Is it a Bartlett? Is it a Comis? Is it a Concord? What are those ones? It's the one where it's like red and green. I guess it's either a Forelli, a Seckel, a Fettle, or a Comis. That's what it says on the types of pear chart I just looked on. DiGiorno Celsius goes hard, you know? It might, honestly. I didn't know there were this many types of pears. I only ever eat the freaking... if I get pears, normally I'll buy like a Comis or an Anjo, and I'll wait till it gets kind of almost mushy but still hard enough to make my teeth hurt when I bite into it. I don't know if you understand that hardness scale that I just described. But when I get pears, normally I like to get them where it's like I wait because I want it to get like a little squishy, like so it feels a little bit weird on my teeth, but like I want it to also still hurt my teeth when I bite. I don't know how to describe that specific texture other than that, because I don't want it to be crisp when I bite into the pear. I want it to be like I like that sort of feeling, like a but I want it to still hurt my gums. I don't know why. I just like when it hurts my gums just a little bit, but like not too much. It's like perfect. But I used to say that pears were my favorite fruit until I discovered blackberries, and then I was like, actually blackberries are my favorite fruit, but pears are like a close second. And I guess after pears I would say like a strawberry. What do you mean what? Because, like, the skin is, like, kind of, like, rough and hard, right? And so, but, like, because I wait for it to get a little bit mushy, when I dig my teeth into it, like, the rough part of the skin pricks at, like, my gums, because I'm biting so deep. And then, like, but it, like, keeps, like, digging in deeper, because it's not like an apple where, like, your teeth just dig in and then it breaks off a piece, because it's not crisp anymore. So when you put your whole, like, mouth into it and you dig your teeth into it, the rough part hits your gums. Totally pain. I don't like pain, but something about like the perfect texture of the pear always hurts my gums. But it's so worth it because the texture is perfect and it tastes good. That's what people like pineapple because it feels fuzzy when it burns your tongue. I'm pretty sure that just is an allergy. I think that's just an allergy. I don't think pineapple should burn your tongue. What is it called? I mean, it's kind of like how I really like Captain Crunch, and it destroys the roof of your mouth. It dissolves flesh in it? I've never had any sort of fuzzy burning feeling when I eat pineapple. And when I grew up, I ate a lot of pineapple. Because my mom loves pineapple. I've never had a feeling of buzzing. What does that sound? Do you hear that? Or is that just me? Is it on my end? What's that like buzzing sound I just heard? Sorry, I got distracted. Pineapple burns a bit for me too. It's very slight for most people, nothing crazy. Oh, there's people with an allergy, which is more substantive than enzyme. But if anyone left pineapple in their mouth long enough, it would hurt. Really? Well, I just eat it. I just like, and then it's gone. What is it called? The when I used to eat pineapple, I also liked well, I always thought that the flesh, the texture of pineapple was really fun to eat, so that's one of the reasons I liked eating it. All of the fruits I liked eating growing up were because of the texture. That's why I like kind of like blueberries, but not that much, because I don't like when they get mushy. I like it when they're like crisp. I like when blueberries are crisp, and I like when pears are more mushy. I've had a lot of really bad blueberries. Maybe that's why I don't like blueberries that much. I've had a lot of, like, when they're good, they're really good. And I also had a lot of really bad ones. Because I don't like when they're like, what do you call it? They're like instead of like a like, sort of feeling, it's like a... Mushy blueberries are sweet, though. Yeah, they are more sweet. And I don't really care about them being too sweet. Like, I want them to be slightly tart. I like tart things. I like when they're like a little bit sweet, but they're mostly tart. Because I just like tart tastes. I think tart is really good. I like sour. Sour is a really good flavor. It's why I like, when I get like a dessert at like a pastry shop. If I'm getting like a dessert and not like a roll or like, you know, I don't know like what the other types of pastries are called, but like I like the ones where it's like, I like the combination of like chocolate and passion fruit, or like chocolate and raspberry, vanilla raspberry, like something that has like a tart jam in the center. I love jelly-filled donuts with like a slightly tart jelly. My blueberry experience is that like only 10% of them are good. Blueberry farms in my area can't get any good ones. That makes sense. I like my old roommate and I used to go blueberry picking in the summer, and we would go to the farms and pick like a bunch of blueberries. And hi, Sharky. Hi. See, why? I just want to understand why, like, it's just not playing this alert. But why doesn't it? Hi, Sharky! Thank you for being a member for 8 months! Welcome to the Toka Cult, Crybaby. One day I'm gonna figure out why it's not, like, because it always plays it for me, and I don't know why it's not playing it for you. The alerts. Because it should play for both of, like, everyone. But I prefer like tart and like really sour stuff. You know what I really want to try is there's like these like crystal gem things, right? And I was gonna make them myself, but also I kind of want to buy them. But also I want to try these wax candies. I keep being like, I'm gonna buy these and then decide that they're for stream, and then I'm going to do like an ASMR of eating like really tactily sounding good foods. But I know that a lot of people don't like that, and that I also know a lot of people do like that, because it's like one of my favorite things is to like listen to people eat, and I also know that Perry really likes that, and then I know that Lemmy and Yui really hate that. So They're like, how can you just listen to the sounds of people eating? And I'm like, because it sounds really satisfying. Like the sound of like biting into like a frozen wax candy, which I know tastes disgusting. And I know that it tastes disgusting because you're chewing beeswax and then just like sucking out all of the like jelly on the inside of it. Or like, and I know that the crystal candies, they look really appealing, but they don't really taste that good, but they sound really good. I don't know what my problem is. I'm like, I really want to do this just for the texture. I just want to eat these things, even though I know that it's not gonna taste that good. I'm like, I'm gonna spend money, and I'm gonna bite into it just so I can hear my own sounds of eating something satisfying that doesn't even taste that good. I was busy for a while and I wasn't in stream, but I'm back now. Thank you, Sharky! Thank you! I'm thankful that you're back. I hope that you've been able to relax after being busy. I just like... What is it called? The like sound of like the... Like from the crisp biting. Like there's this channel that I watched that literally is like just this woman who like... You only see her like lips, right? And like she eats like a bunch of very satisfying sounding candies all the time. And I'm pretty sure she doesn't even swallow them. I'm 100% sure almost that she chews them and then spits them out. Like most ASMR, what do you call the channels where they eat everything. The challenge is like they just eat and eat and eat. Like most of those channels, they don't even swallow the food. They just chew it and then they cut right before they would have to swallow, and then they spit out the food. Yeah, mukbangs. Most mukbangs don't even eat the food, which is really interesting to me. They'll like eat a little bit of it so that you like believe that they are eating. Like once in a while they'll actually swallow, but most of the time they just like cut very quietly and then they spit and then they keep going. It's very interesting. That's how a lot of mukbangers stay fit. Because they're different than like food fighters. Like there's like I watch a lot of food fighters too, where like there's like a food fighter I watch. His name's like Joel something, and his whole thing is that he eats a bunch of food. Like he's a competitive eater, but then also he works out a lot, so it's like fine that he's a competitive eater. I watched him eat like the biggest plate of like barbecue meat I've ever seen in my life. It was so much barbecue meat. I was like, I feel like I would actively throw up before I could finish that. Or like he ate this gigantic sushi thing where it was like over a pound of like rice, it looked like, and then like a huge slab of salmon on the top. And I don't even know how he fit that in his body. Like I don't know how anyone can put that in their body. Like some of the stuff I see that guy eat, I'm like, how does that even fit in there? How did your stomach not explode? Because like I know that you can actually eat enough where your stomach explodes. Just like we're like dogs can do that too. So mom was like, how have you like conditioned your stomach to expand to fit that much like food into your body? Because he also does it like timed as well, where it's like, oh, I'm gonna eat this much in like 45 minutes. Like your stomach's not even producing enough acid to break that down. I mean, like any muscle in your body, it can explode. It's kind of gross, but there is X-ray pics of competitive eater stomachs. Are they different? The mukbang creators that actually swallow everything concern me. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I mean, I guess if it brings you some sort of joy. It's so much bigger than a normal person. Oh yeah. It stretches a lot. I mean, there's like a lot of, I think they condition it, right? Especially for competitive eaters, they like condition, they condition their stomachs to expand more. Right? Because they can't just start doing it, right? They have to like slowly condition it to be more flexible. Almost like a muscle and stuff. Almost like a muscle. It is a muscle. Why did I just say it like it wasn't? Yeah, they have to train the muscle in their body to be like a muscle. Oh, yeah. I want to make this background different. It's too bright on my eye. Too bright. This way. I've discovered that you can change, I've discovered recently that you can change monitors. Like, you can, like, not change monitors, but that you can, change the background on a monitor to be a different, picture. Did you know that? What's that one Yuri anime? The one Yuri anime. That, like, Yuri anime. Bloom Into You. Speaking of Yuri anime, yes. Yeah. I found out you can change it, like, you don't have to have the same wallpaper on both browsers. Did you know that? Or on both monitors. Did you know that? For more than like 2 years, my monitor was the same art on both monitors because I didn't know that you could pick an individualized wallpaper for each monitor. Did you know that you could do that? I wasn't aware. Isn't that so cool? Yes, I didn't know that. I just finished Citrus. Ooh, what did you think? It's very interesting, isn't it? Every monitor can have different images and slideshows and rotating images on each one. I didn't even know that you could do that. So I just had both of my screens for like years was just the same thing. Because I didn't know I could just like decide to have new. It's because I wanted to have one of my arts as my background, but I was like, but I needed to also have my Daibanana background because I really like Daibanana. And like, what if I had to stop, you know? I was moments if I was questioning I should finish it. You should finish it. It's a very interesting series. It's very dramatic. Now I'm back to Wang. Why are you back to Wei? Why? The thing about like not Bloom Into You. Bloom Into You is a masterpiece. The thing about Citrus is that it's a very strange show, but it's very. I think the acting is very good. I think that it's a piece of Yuri. You can't expect for it to be perfect. I don't think I've ever seen a perfect Yuri. Well, that's not actually true. I've seen some perfect Yuris, but I don't think it's, like, meant to be a perfect Yuri, you know? No lasting progress in the relationship? Well, the relationship is over now, so if you want to get back into it, you certainly can. The story, it's over. You can successfully complete the series should you really want to. It's good enough, It's not bad. It's toxic, that's true. But I mean, if you like toxic, it's pretty perfect. I don't know how to, like, endorse Citrus without being like, you just have to kind of like toxic. I don't really know how to endorse it without just being like, if you like toxic shit, it's pretty toxic, and there's kissing, and it's really odd, and it's also really, it's like a really good fanfiction, Like, it's very much just like, it's just a fanfiction. if we're being honest. It's just fanfiction. But if it wasn't fanfiction, you know what I mean? Like, it's literally just a fanfiction. If you transcribed like half of the fanfiction I read, and then it would just be citrus. I feel like it has the vibe of like most of the fanfiction that I read. It's very like dramatic, but they're like in love, but also there's a lot of drama. If you get toxin immunity, I do have toxin immunity. I've read some really toxic Yuri fanfiction. I mean, I prefer fluff, but sometimes if it's toxic but it's really good, I just look past it. Do you know what I mean? What was the most toxic? I don't know if I can talk about... I don't know if I should talk about that. I don't know if I should talk about that. I don't think it's safe enough for work for YouTube. You know? I don't know if it's not safe for work. I can't talk about it on stream. It's a red flag and I'm colorblind. Actually, real. It was a red flag and I was colorblind to it. That's true. So off stream though. There's a lot of like, so my whole thing, switch to Twitch for 10 minutes. Can you imagine? I start streaming on Twitch. I don't tell Senpai. We have Twitches. We just don't use them to stream. It's because we needed to save the names. So I have a Twitch account. If you can sometimes catch me watching Dreamy Etude or Pa Chico on Twitch. Having connections on constant time stream? Is that true? My stream isn't lagging again, is it? It's the dropped frames are at 0%. Nothing's happening, right? A Japanese title in your AFK Twitch chat. No, it's you. Okay, okay. I mean, it's not a Japanese title. It's a fan fiction. I read a lot of fan fiction. I was thinking about this actually last night. I was reading fan fiction. I was thinking to myself, how many books could I read in the time that I spend reading fanfiction? I was like genuinely thinking about that. I was like, how many books could I have read with all of this time that I spend reading about TV shows and content that I've already consumed or haven't consumed, quite honestly, and that I've invested my time into reading fiction of that changes the plot and the entirety of these things. You know what I mean? Like, an example is I've been reading a lot of Wednesday fanfiction. I've never watched Wednesday. I read a lot of fanfiction for Supercorp. I would say, in fact, I read a bit too much Supercorp fanfiction. I've never watched more than one season of Supergirl, and the character I like the most isn't even in the first season. And I'm just kind of like, why are like the two fanfiction couples that I read the most fanfiction about? I've never even watched the shows, but I like love the fanfiction for them. I think about that sometimes. I'm like, what if I just watched the shows instead of reading about characters I don't really even know? But I mean, like, I look into like their wikis and stuff, and I watch videos about the content, but I don't consume the content. Reading fanfiction of a media that you don't even consume is a little odd. Look, I don't even know how I got into those two fandoms without even watching. I mean, like, the other fanfiction I've been reading a lot recently is like, but then it's like you're appreciating the fanfiction on its own, right? That's true. I don't even know the fandoms. I just like enjoy the characters through the lens of the people who consume the content, is how it ends up being, I guess, right? It's like I don't really watch the shows, so how would I So my only impression about um those characters is all from like clips that randomly come on my feed sometimes, and then like how people in fanfiction, the fanfiction writers portray the characters. How to find so much fanfiction? Well, I go on AO3 or I go on fanfiction.net. It depends. Some of the fandoms that I like reading are they're not older. It's just the content is older. So I have to use different methods to find good stuff. Like, I've recently gotten back to reading some Teen Titans fanfiction, and there's less Teen Titans fanfiction on AO3 and more on fanfiction.net. So I had to go back to using fanfiction.net to read the Teen Titans fanfiction that I wanted to read. And then, like, when I most likely will relapse into also wanting to read Buffy fanfiction in October. So when that happens, I'm gonna have to open up like the forums, like the old Buffy the Vampire Slayer forums. I don't know if you were ever like a part of that like sort of like fanfiction community back when like, because I wasn't, but I found it after through Tumblr. So okay, wait, there's this whole like, I wasn't a part of the internet when this was happening, but before fanfiction.net existed, right? People would write fanfiction on like these old crusty freaking forums, and they're like so like decrepit. It's so decrepit. These like old like forums that people would like post fanfiction on that weren't like fanfiction.net, which is like a functional site. Like these are like, they take 20,000 years to load the pages. They're like really old, like they're not navigationable. Like you can't just search a term and like find what you're looking for. Like they're like really old. And so like I like found these forums once because I was looking for Buffy the Vampire Slayer fanfiction, right? And I was on Tumblr, and I was like, I found this person who was like, oh yeah, this one's really good, but you can't read it on fanfiction.net or AO3 because it was never transferred over, so you'll have to go to this forum. And I found this whole forum dedicated to just to Willow and Tara fanfiction. And everyone would post chapters in like a forum post, but it would have the title of the fanfiction and then the part. And everyone would be posting at different times, and they weren't all in the same chain for just one story. So you'd have to like go through pages and pages of this forum to find the next chapter, or like find the first chapter and then read again, and you have to like just navigate page after page finding the next time that person posted, and it could be months until the next time the person posted. So you'd go back and forth looking for like the next chapter. It was so freaking annoying, but it was such peak writing. Like those forums, I don't know what, like, but those people writing those like Buffy the Vampire fiction when the actual show was coming out, oh my goodness, the literary genius of those people. It was so well written. It was like actually reading a novel. I was like in like just engrossed in the writing on this old ass fucking broken form. And I was like, how did people even like communicate in these forms? Like, it's so, the UI is so ugly, it's so crusty. I was like, how do people like even use these things? I'm sure though, like when like I'm older and stuff, and people like try to use like, I mean honestly even now I think people who are younger, they like look at fanfiction.net and they're like, this is crusty. And because sometimes I look at fanfiction.net and I'm like, that is crusty. And fanfiction.net's not even that old, but it's what I used to read fanfiction on. Like I think that the UI of AO3 is like really nice. It's very clean. And the search functionality on AO3 is very good. Navigationally, it's really easy to use. And fanfiction.net is like much harder to use. The UI sucks, and the navigational tools are just okay. So I understand that if you were probably like younger Zoomer Gen Alpha and you were trying to read fanfiction and you had to go look at something on fanfiction.net, you'd be like, this is ugly, and I'd be like, you're not wrong. And then if they were like, I have to go back to a forum to read Buffy the Vampire Slayer fanfiction from like 2009, and they would look at it just like I did, and they'd be like, this is crazy. There is a Toka fanfiction. There's one by Ashy Cake in the Discord that is like of me and Yui. It's like a Percy Jackson fanfiction. But it's weird because my name is Trisha in it, but you can read it anyway. And then just replace it in your mind that my name is Toka in it. I don't know where it is though, but it's in, I've read it. It's a Google. If you join the Discord server, and you probably would type in something like, how do you use Discord? It'd be like, it was posted around my birthday, but it's like, how do you navigate Discord? It's like, from colon, I think Ashy Cake, and then the name would pop up. And then you would do like something link or fanfiction, and then it probably would pop up. This is why in like my DMs with people, if they send something, I like pin them. I like pin the message, and then I just never have to like use Discord navigation. I can just click the pin thing, and then like all of the stuff I need is like in the pinned. Like when my friends and I, like when we're like working on projects and I like one of us sends something, I immediately just pin. Is there a separate Discord for each SVP member, or just a general? It's a general one. There's a generalized fanfiction. Oh my god, can I get my head together? There's a generalized Is this Oh, no, it's because I have my browser open. Sorry, wait. Let me close this. Okay. I was like, why am I getting this ping? Why is this ping happening? Is my phone alert on? No, it's not. I had my work email open on my PC. I was like, why am I getting notification sounds from my work email? Is my phone off on not silenced? No, it was literally I had it open on my PC. There's like one Discord for the SVP server, and then like we all have our own channels in it. So it's very organized, honestly. I need to plug my phone in. Oh. Woof, woof, woof. It's my dog. He loves barking. His favorite thing is to bark. Don't allow. I've been what do you call? It's better than having one company where each person has a Discord, and now I have 20 Discords. There's a company where everyone has its own Discord? Is that Hio in the background? Where? Of where? I don't have a picture of Hio in the background right now. I can. It'd be pretty easy to. I have a lot of pictures of Hio. I also theoretically could just become Hio if I really wanted to. I could theoretically just become Hio if I really wanted to, but I'm not going to. Oh, do you want to see a picture of me as Hio? A picture? I can show you a picture of me as Hio. Oh, that's my phone timer. Here, you can see a picture of me as Hio. Here. Tell me, can you tell that this is what you call? Could you tell that this is me as Hio? If you saw this appear next to me, would you think this was me, or would you think this was Hio? And then also this one. Wait, let me get rid of this one. Move. Can you tell that this is me as Hio? She got that disappointed mom stare. And tell by the expression. She like let me play with with her model, and then I took these screenshots of me playing with her model. And I was like, "Could you tell it's me?" And she was like, "Why do you look like that? You look so empty and like sad." And I was like, "What the frick?" I was like, what do you freaking mean?" Like, I sent her this one too. Can you tell that this is me piloting Hio? I said, look how cute and demure this is. And she was like, I don't know if I would call it cute and demure, but I was like, what the fuck? I was like, isn't this the most cute and demure face? She was like, I was like, okay, well, whatever. What freaking ever. But she let me pilot her for a bit. I thought that was really fun. I really like my pictures of Hio. I have a lot of different pictures of her. Can you tell that this is not me piloting Hio? This is Hio. This is just Hio. Does she really look that much happier? This is just Hio being Hio. You send me this picture. How cute. She's such cute. Wow. She looks like more vibrant. What the hell? I look really vibrant too, as Toka. Like, look, I'm so energetic and vibrant and happy looking. Do I not look happy? I'm smiling. Don't I just look so joyful and youthful and happy and filled with life and energy? Is it just my eyes? Like, if I just did this, wait, give me a second. 1 second. Let me make first of all. Let me make myself bigger. Okay, wait. If I just did this, look, 1 second. Yeah. Move my eye. I just did like. Sorry. No. No. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to go like. Like this. And then I. And then I like. Where's my mouth smile parameter? But if I just did this the whole time, do I look more vibrant and full of life and happier? Then I would always look like this. Doesn't that like does that inspire more joy? If I always look like this, does this inspire a lot more joy in you? I could just stream like this. It does like this is just like a. It's not even like me having to fix my face at all. This is just like I changed the parameters in VTube Studio. Like this. I look so happy and joyful and full of life, and I sound that way too. It's because my this is literally just if I turn my eye tracking to you think this is too much smiling? This is the amount of smiling that my model came with. I turned the smiling down when I got the model. I was like, she looks too happy. That's just doesn't fit my voice, I don't think. So I turned it down. This is the natural amount of smile my model's supposed to have. Like, her default is actually a smile. The eye thing is just me changing the parameters. Track mouth with eyes? That would be a crazy, crazy VTuber model if you tracked the mouth with the eyes. I'm pretty sure I literally just reset the parameters to what the model came like, and then I changed it to this. Like, I changed it to this because this is what it came with. The model, when I originally got the package, like, delivery, I was like, this doesn't look like me. It's like so smiley and cute. I just need to adjust the parameters to fit what I want more. So I changed it. Because it's just adapting how much effort it takes to get to a certain parameter based on like your preference. Like, this is normally a 9. And then this one is normally 7.1. Instead of 8 for the eyes, it's 1. And then this one is like that. This is like the normal parameters I use instead. Because I still smile, you know, like, it's just not like normal. Like, it's like a normal, like, my mouth line doesn't like normally like a. It's normally like a. Like the way I think a normal mouth looks. You know? Like, I feel like most mouths, like for like humans, are like a line, and then like when you choose to smile, the corners go up. Which I feel is like more natural looking. And then the eyes are like not as naturally open, so it's more like a resting expression, and then like when I move, they get bigger. It's okay, I too have resting. I also get told that a lot. I normally am told that I look very sad. Which I'm normally not. I'm normally at a pretty plateaued, normal, even emotional state, I would say. Unless someone tries to fold their laundry on the laundry machines instead of letting me put my laundry in there, then I'm not like that anymore. But but normally I'm at a very middle of the ground, non overtly expressive, pretty generalized numbness of everyday life, which is my favorite place to be. Moderately numb, vibrantly existing. I don't like to like feel large amounts of expressionary emotions. I think the most emotion that I feel is when I read a fan fiction. And that's actually true. Like, I never like tend to feel like when someone gives me something or I get something back or I get praised, I normally don't feel that much for it. But like if I read a fluff fan fiction where like everyone's super happy and everything's really romantic, I'm like smiling, I'm like wanting to kick my feet. I like want to make noise. Like, it's so emotionally exciting and happy. I feel like this sense of like overflowing happiness and joy go through my body. But like if I normally just like if I like get what I want, normally I'm just like at like a plateaued like, huh, that's That's great. You know? Or like when I get upset, normally I'm like, wow, that's so stupid. That sucks. But like, if like there's like a really bad scene happening in a fan fiction, I'm like, oh, please, you know? So that's just life. There's like I don't know. I feel like the everyday is so different than like the fantasy of a life that's not even real. Like the realistic expectation of everyday life is so like un like not exciting in the same way, you know? I don't really know how to explain it, but I feel like all people who do read fan fiction or read books understand it in that way. What was I looking for? Oh, that's what I was looking for. Okay, it's fine. I found it. I was like, oh, I was, what was it? Why did I have Discord open? It was because I was looking for pictures that he sent me, what I sent her. Looking for fanfic. I spend, now that I'm reading fanfiction again, I think I spend like 2 to 3 hours a night. Like when I'm relaxing, it's not like I'm just like reading now, which is great because it's like very relaxing. I feel more, what do you call? I feel so like excited to like relax and read at night. I like used to read a lot of books when I was a kid, and I was still reading fan fiction back then. But like, I also had like, it was very interesting. I like, I didn't, I didn't, uh, I guess you just have more time when you're in school, you know, versus like as an adult, you just have more, you have more time and stuff. Like, so like in my free time when I was younger, I would just read books and fan fiction, and I had a very healthy balance of picking between the two. And now it's more like I just only read fan fiction. I don't read books anymore. But I think my taste was also different as a kid. It was easier to please me with a book. Like nowadays, I'm much more picky with like the types of books that I read, and like I want the book to make me. It has to fit a certain like requirement for me to read the book now. But as a kid, it was like any generic young adult trash you could just toss at me, and I would probably like it. But like now, I'm like, I don't know if that one's like worth my time reading. Versus like when I was a kid and like I could just read like Hush Hush and be like happy, or like you know that type of thing. Because nowadays, like if I'm reading a book, I want it to like fit very specific niches that I enjoy, and if it doesn't fit those, I'm not gonna read it. She gets mad when I say I use PTO. Why are you using PTO for member streams? How much PTO do you have, bro? Do you have enough PTO to use it for member streams? I mean, if you have enough PTO, I mean, pop off. But like, how do you have enough PTO for that? I have like very limited amounts of PTO per year. I'm really stingy with my PTO because I only have about 1 week's worth of work for my PTO. I don't have a lot of PTO. That's crazy. That's actually insane, Conclavier. I don't know how much PTO you have, but I guess I have I think I barely have like enough time to even like to like I had to use like a most of my PTO to go to Japan this year. That and like I think like I barely have any time left. And then I had to use a little bit. I'll have to use a little bit of it and like the rest of it actually. And like a little bit of my sick leave for like another trip I'm taking at the end of the month. So it's like I don't know how you guys do that. That's crazy work. I guess depending on what it is. That's crazy. I mean, I guess, live your truth though. If you and then plus you get to like relax. So that's fun. I love I love when I'm not working. It's because I don't take trips. That's true. If you don't take a trip, you don't really have to worry. I mean, I don't normally take trips. This year has had so many trips. I'm like, damn, I hope I don't have to do this again. I love hanging out with my friends, but also I just don't like leaving my house. So I'm always like, God, that's a lot of traveling. I love when I'm at home because it's so safe and normal and nothing changes. And it's so nice and quiet. Well, most of the time. And like, I just don't have to go anywhere, which is wonderful. My days off, so I only need to use one. Ooh, that's so nice. Travel I've done since a solid decade, I felt like. Yeah. I've done more travel this year than I think I have since I was literally like in like end of middle school or something. Like I like I can't fathom how much I've traveled this year. And it was like cuz I'm doing like I went to Offkai, I went to Japan, and then I have like a trip I'm taking to go see Perry and Lemmy for like the thing, for the Donathon thing, and then I'm gonna go home for the winter, and I'm like, damn, I haven't moved this much around the world for forever. I like don't go anywhere. I normally just stay home and work. Or read fanfiction or sleep, I guess. I've taken so many naps the last couple of days after work. I normally don't sleep after work. I just stay up and do things. But I've been like exhaustingly tired. I'm like, I should take a nap. And then I take a nap and then it's 2 hours of my life that's gone away. I don't know what it is because I'm not sleeping any later than normal. But something about my job that's just like really like exhausted me. Well, I guess I've done a lot. Like my work picked up a bit because there's like there's like an event that I'm helping to put together for my job, and it's at the end of this month before my trip, and I'm like, I guess I've had to do more stuff because my team is very small, so I'm like one of the only people who is on it. So I've done a lot more stuff this week, but I'm like, I feel like it just shouldn't make me that exhausted. I feel like I just shouldn't be this exhausted. Napping in office is so funny. My boss literally was like, I've considered buying a sleeping bag. He's so funny. Cause I don't get an office. I have a cubicle. Cause I'm just not that cool. Like, my boss has like a whole like office room sort of thing where like he has all like these bookshelves and like all of his stuff. And it's really cool. It's like a mini apartment almost for him. Um and he like takes naps in there sometimes on like his office chair. He just leans it back. But he's like I was talking to him last week and he was like, I've considered buying a sleeping bag so I can just push my chair in and lie on the floor. And I was like, what the heck? He was like, I mean, the door closes and no one can see inside. How would they know that I was taking a nap? I was like, I guess you're not wrong. Cause like for me, when like I've wanted to take a short nap during my lunch break instead of going to get lunch, what I would do is I would pull the chair out and I would sleep under my desk. Yeah, yeah. So like my cubicle is like, you know, the type where it's like it has like a wall in the front of it and then like my desk and then like the wall on each side. But like you can still, if you walk past it but from the behind, you can still see like my whole office slash cubicle thing. So like I would like hide under my desk and then like sleep there with my backpack like as my pillow sometimes if I like really wanted to take a short nap during my lunch break. I would like lie under my desk, but then I would pull the chair in front of me so that no one could see me because I was embarrassed. It's kind of dusty under there, but I mean, it was kind of worth it. Cause it's like you can still see me. Like I don't like. I wish I had like a room with a closed door. But then again, I guess I'd be less inclined to not sleep. if I had a door. So I guess it's better that I don't have one, because then I would feel like I could sleep more. Because then I would try to sleep the whole hour instead of just 30 minutes. But I just like, I do kind of want, like, though, my boss to actually get a sleeping bag, because I do think that's kind of iconic. Because he's, like, very, how do you describe, like, he's, like, kind of like a hippie, but he's not like a hippie, but he's kind of like a hippie, you know, like that vibe where he's very, like, easygoing, and he doesn't like the, like, sort of corporate vibes that corporate jobs have. So he's very chill. Like, if, like, I've had days where I'm like, I gotta go a little early today. So I'd be like, I have to leave a little early tomorrow because I have something to do for my second job, but I'll come in early to make up for the hour. And then he'll be like, that's fine. You're still doing the same amount of time, so it doesn't really matter. And I'm like, oh, okay. Which is pretty sick. Like, he doesn't really care as long as I do the hours I need to do. Which is pretty awesome. Because then I can, like, if I have, like, an earlier collab, I can always just leave, like, go in earlier and leave early. Because I know my mother, her job is much stricter, so, like, she has to, like, actually apply to come in early and leave early. Like, she can't just go in early and leave early. Like, she has to, like, get approval, like, signed approval. And then has to have the signed approval from her boss approved by, like, the higher ups for hers. But I can just ask my boss. He doesn't care. I just think it's so stupid when, like, you have to fill out a form to go in early and leave early, and then you have to, like, like, and then she's also been unapproved before. Like, my mom once, was, like, trying to take her dog to, like, this, vet appointment that she needed to get. And then she applied to have 2 hours where she wanted to go in 2 hours early, and then leave 2 hours early. And then she got signed approval from her boss, but then the higher ups did not approve of the time that she wanted to do early and leave early, because they didn't believe that she was actually going to come in 2 hours early. But I don't know why they didn't believe it, because she's never not been kind of punctual. But they were like, no, like, they were like, if you want to do this, like, submit a different form to use your PTO. And then it was too close for her to get it approved in time, because they take a long time to do the PTO approval. So then she couldn't do the appointment, and she had to move it to a different day. Which I just don't understand, but it's like, whatever, I guess. Some people are very strict. Couldn't work a job that wasn't flexible with hours. I know, I couldn't either. I don't know how she deals with that type of stuff. I hate that sort of, like, get a form for everything sort of, like, approach to, like, jobs. Because I think it's just, like, what do you call? I think it's just kind of, like, not even worth the amount of manpower it takes, you know? Like, when you have to get, like, stuff, like, filled out, like, in 2 different ways to get, like, approval, I'm always kind of like, I just feel like that's way too much work on all ends. Like, because it's not just you that has to fill out the form, but then your boss has to read and approve it, and then the higher ups have to read and approve it. It's like, why are you even wasting that time when it could just be, like, a simple form filling system? You submit the request and it's approved, like, in a digital system. That's not like PDFs. Like, it's like just a form, or checking and leaving, or even just entering and leaving the balance. It's not that serious. I don't know. I don't even have to put in a request. I just text my boss. Yeah, that's real. Honestly, that's real pog. Hi, my day's going great. I just have to... What would I do? Oh, I have to... Okay. We're gonna... I move here. I'm gonna BRB in 1 second. I have to quickly move my laundry one more time, and then we'll start playing. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back from doing my laundry. I hate doing my laundry. It's so expensive. I wish I had an in-unit laundry. I think it'd be much cheaper if it was in-unit, honestly. But maybe that's why my apartment is cheaper. I always never really thought about that. Maybe that's why. What do you call it? It's like it's like $2.50 to do any load. I'm like, why? But then like you have to do it multiple times because the dryer is never strong enough to dry everything. If like, I have to do 2 rounds of the dryer every time, so it's like It's like $9 to dry a single load of laundry because I have to do it twice because it never dries it all at once. Hi, Dornis. I'm just famous, cute, and demure. I don't know if I would say I'm cute, and I don't know if I would say I'm demure, but I am a VTuber. Good evening, Abu. I hear some VTubers just don't wear clothes. That's crazy. I love wearing clothes. I'm a clothes lover. I love big oversized clothes and shorts. I don't wear that as my VTuber model, but I really like my favorite thing to wear every day is just a big shirt and shorts. If I don't have to leave the house. Like the Rot for Cloud outfit. I feel like my everyday outfit if I'm not leaving the house is just the Rot for Cloud outfit. I just don't know why you would ever not wear that. That's why. Unless I guess it's cold, then I guess you would have to, but I just really like oversized things and shorts. I don't like the feeling. I like shorts and skirts. I don't like the feeling of anything gripping onto my thighs. Or like my legs. Like I feel like I don't mind wearing leggings or pants. I just don't prefer to wear them because it just feels so restraining when you could wear like shorts. You know? Why would you if you didn't have to? What is it called? Oh my god, also guess what time my Wi-Fi went back up? It was like 2 hours after the stream we were supposed to start for like 7 o'clock. My Wi-Fi came back at like 9 something p.m. PDT, and I was like, oh, that's like 5. Because they were like, oh, it's gonna be fixed by like 6 p.m. PDT theoretically, and I was like, oh, okay. And then it was like 9 o'clock. It was like 3 something hours after they were like, the text message from my internet provider was like, we're gonna get it back up. And like 3 hours later, they were like, it's finally back. I was like, oh, okay. Just don't even give me a time at that point. It's just, if you can't accurately predict a time to bring back a service, just don't give a time. Just be like, it'll happen. And I'll be like, okay. I mean, I know what'll happen, so like don't give an estimate. You were very off. I would say 3 hours is pretty off. Like 30 minutes is not off, but like 3 hours is kind of off for like a prediction. But it came back, and that's what mattered. I was like, okay. Cause my apartment has like I don't know what it is, but the you call it like the cellular service in my apartment complex is pretty bad. So even when I was like using my hotspot to like post that short, it took 20 minutes to upload that freaking short that I did yesterday with like my hotspot. I was like, oh. I don't know what it is. I just feel like the walls might have like some sort of like lead deep within them, but it took like a full on like a whole like 20 minutes to upload that short so I could post it yesterday. I was like, okay. The show was incredible. Thank you, Big Papa John. I'm happy you liked it. Next week I will actually post an actual cover, a short cover of Espresso. I did like that version, then I have a short a regular singing version of it. And then after that we'll have more of the shorts that I recorded, or I didn't record on stream, but I picked on stream. As well as some other ones I thought were kind of fun. Because I was trying to think of an end of summer song. Because there's a lot of summer songs that I don't know. But I do know espresso. Yeah, I really like singing with Rena. I think Rena has such a she has like a very perfect idol sounding voice. Like I remember one of the first things I ever thought when I listened to Rena sing for Snow Halation uh was I was like, wow, your voice kind of reminds me of Mimori Suzuko. And I told her that, and she was like, "Oh my god, that's the best compliment I've ever had." I was like, "Aw," because she like I think her voice really does remind me a lot of Mimori Suzuko. I think she reminds me a lot of like a pure Japanese seiyuu sort of voice. Like she has like a real like Japanese seiyuu sort of sounding voice. Like her Secret Moon cover and stuff. Like she just sounds like an actual seiyuu that I would hear in Japan. But I mean, I want to sing. One day I want to be able to sing an actual idol song with like her and Serena. Like I feel like that would be really fun. The problem with like projects that have more than one singer is that the more singers you add to a cover, the more expensive the cover gets. And that's like the really big issue with like big group courses. Like, is that like the more you add, the bigger it gets. And then you're like, ooh, the budget gets bigger and bigger, and then you're like, ooh, and then it depends on how much people can like actually like, um, how much you can actually like, every person can actually cover, because not everyone has the same amount of ability to cover for parts of a project too. You know, like I've covered a couple of my gen mates in different group stuff that we've done before, like covered their portions of the project because I want to be, I want them to be included, and they're not always able to like pay for their own parts. So sometimes I'll cover like portions of like covers if like my gen mates can't afford them. But then it's like it adds up because then you do more projects, more projects cost more and more money, and then you're like, oh, okay. It's so quiet at work that I just sneezed and my coworker said that's must have heard you talk. That's crazy, but also relatable because I just don't talk to anyone at work unless I have to. I think the most I'll do is like if a coworker like in like my office building, because I have like my team which is very small, and then I have like there's other people who work in the same building, right? And sometimes when I go to the kitchen area to get water, I'll see someone that I've like never talked to before in my life, and they'll be like, "Oh my," I'll be like, "Oh my god, hi, who are you? What do you what part do you work in?" And I'll be like, hi, uh, I work for this. Uh, have a good day," and then like leave. I've heard your gen mates also say you make harm guides. Yes, I do. I make a lot of harm guides for the company. I also make JP guides sometimes for Perry to help with learning JP songs. I'll make like a pronunciation guide. Um cuz those I think those are really cool. Oh my god, also I got something really exciting back today that I think you guys will get to see in like 2 weeks. Like yeah, 2 weeks I think is like how long it'll be. But I hope you will like it. It's something I've been working on with one of my gen mates, and I actually what do you call? I also helped design the outfits for it. This cover I've been working on with one of my gen mates for a bit. I'll post like a teaser for it next week. But I got it back today. But I helped draw the outfit designs for it. I also drew like the outfit slash like designs for the Kiss Kitsune art because I want it because when you order a skeb, you don't really get any revisions. So what I do sometimes, if I'm really particular about the outfit that I want for a cover, is I'll actually just draw a sketch with like the colors for a cover that I want, and then I will send it as a part of the skeb so that the person can sort of just see exactly what I want drawn. Like, can I show? I think I have. Did I sent Tio the Kiss Kitsune one so she could approve of it before? Let me find it. Has image. Because the Kiss Kitsune art is like, they have like the original outfits, but I wanted the schemes and the colors and also our hair to be very specific. Because I didn't want them to like accidentally just draw it as like just the actual ones with just our hair. And I wanted them to also adapt the colors, and I didn't know how to fully explain it, so I just drew it so that it'd be easier for the artist. Because then they don't have to really think. They can just like do it, you know? Where is this? We talk too much. We yap too much. Too much yapping. So much yapping. Like this. Why is this a WebMP file? Why is this a web file? Why can't I just open it to see? Why does it do this to me? So like I adapted it to be more like us by doing this. I was like, I sent this to the artist for the skep, and I was like, can you please draw like this for the art? Because it's like a different color scheme to the original, and then I changed the gradients and I added different colors for everything. And then I changed my hair to fit more of the song sort of hairstyle. Oh yeah, the artist was really cute too. The artist also added this to the commission, and I thought that was really cute. I don't know if we ever posted this, but they gave us this little sketch also with the art, which I thought was super cute. Is this little sketch of me and Hio. Very cute. But I did this, I did like a sketch like that for the next one as well that will be coming out some point soon within the next 2 weeks. Which I think you guys will like a lot. It's a very I actually really liked it a lot. I didn't think I would get that into the song that we were doing, the one that will be coming out, because I liked it, but I didn't think I like liked it that much. And then I listened to our version of it more than like I think I listened to the original of it. But I hope you will enjoy it when it comes out. The video is very cute, so I like working on cover stuff, and then I watch my wallet drain and drain. But it's fine. I don't buy a lot of art for myself other than just cover stuff. So it's like, am I actually losing money? Well, I mean, yeah, I am losing money. But like, but am I wastefully using my money? No, I almost only buy art that's for covers, so it's fine. I think the most I bought art that wasn't for covers was like pre-debut, when I was just buying art so that I could have it for like schedules and stuff, and like screens. I think the art that I like the most that I got pre-debut is when I don't even ever really use. I just have it on my like schedule now. I just really like it. I don't even know what to do with it. Maybe I should do what like Hio does, because I know Hio, like, you know, she like puts stuff on her starting soon screen, you know? Maybe I should just do that. Cause then like it'll be seen, but like I don't have any other way to use it, you know? It's this one. I don't know if you guys ever really saw this one. I have to key it when it comes in. Filter. Oh yeah, it's gonna close. Oops. Properties. Loop. Key. Chroma key. Green. It's this one. Isn't it cute? I really love this art, but I don't know, like, I never had a way to use it other than, like, just on my schedule. But it's me thinking and reading fan fiction on my iPad with an energy drink next to me. And then I'm sitting on, like, a blanket of my personal mascot, Weepy. But I, like, never had a way to use it, but I just really liked it. I just really liked it when it came in. I was like, that's, like, the cutest shit ever. I don't know what to do with it, but I love it. Do I know what to do with this art? Absolutely not. I have no idea what to do with this. Can you imagine I just add, like, a bubble that just says time spent waiting for Toka. It's just like a timer of, like, how long you have been waiting for me to get off the goddamn starting soon screen and actually start streaming. I love how long you just have to sit. It's just like you literally, like, waiting and waiting. Like, I think my starting soon screen today was like 10-14 minutes or something. I was like, that's so funny. I, like, didn't even do anything. I was like, this is taking forever. When am I gonna go back downstairs from this goddamn freaking what do you call it? I was like, when am I gonna come back down from this stupid laundry room? Like, it's so stupid. It's fine. My eyes. I guess I also have some art I, like, have used, but I just never posted. Which I guess I could just post art sometimes that I have on Twitter. Because then you guys can see it. Because I've used them on schedules, but then never really anything else. I did commission one thing, though, recently that was just for me. What do you call, like, in the title, after you put the game name, you put I like, what do you call? I bought one art though recently because I saw Lemmy get this art of, like, her in different expressions and poses, and she's been using them in her thumbnails, and I was like, I want that. So I went to the same artist to get some art of just different expressions so that I can also have different expression art for my thumbnails. That's not just me making the same face all the time with my model for thumbnails because almost every thumbnail I have is just me going like or 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 and I always see all these cute VTuber girls with all this cute art of, like, really expressive art that they use for their thumbnails, and I'm always like, that's crazy. I want that. So I bought some. I was like, I want that. Like, Yui has that one art too with, like, that person that she got where it's a bunch of, like, expressions of her, and then she uses them for, like, all of her thumbnails where it's like her holding custard, her making the like she has like a face that she uses all the time. And I always like, I want some reactive art too for my thumbnails. What is it called? Though, like, the my favorite though is when Yui does I don't know if you guys ever saw, like, her old some of her old, like, thumbnail and construction thumbnails where it was like it was literally just the PNG tuber that I drew her. It was literally just a PNG tuber that I drew her, and it was just a close-up of it, and it had, like, big font. It was like thumbnail under construction. And I was thought that thumbnail was so iconic. Because one of the first things I ever drew when I was in SVP was I drew a PNG tuber for Yui. And I don't think she uses it as much anymore, but I think it was really cute. Probably some of the best art I ever drew, actually. Actively, I think might have been the best art I've ever drawn. It's just not as cute as the one that Lemmy drew us. I think Lemmy's is, like, so much cuter, but that's just because Lemmy is way better at art. You know? Like, I wish I understood colors as much as Lemmy, because I really, like, her coloring is like some of the most phenomenal colors I've ever seen. Like she's so good at understanding how colors work, especially next to each other. And I've told her that so many times that my favorite thing about her art is how good at colors she is. Like she's like phenomenal at line weight and coloring. And I really like don't understand line art and I don't really understand coloring. Um I like barely understand rendering if I'm honest. But I like to draw, so I do it sometimes. Like with the PFP stream tomorrow. I like drawing. I just don't really understand it all the time. Like and I've always wanted to understand it better, but my fundamental understanding of it is very minimal. Like this is the PNG tuber I drew her back in the day. Is this one. And it blinks. And then when it's not blinking, it yaps. And it loves to yap. It yaps a lot, honestly. Yap 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 yap. Look how much she's talking. I wanted to draw one of those for myself and then I never did it. I literally was like, I'm gonna draw one of those for myself too. And you know what? I never did it. I have never drawn another one like that. Except, well, actually, I did. Well, I drew one for Ransom. If you don't, I think you can see it in like some of Ransom's streams because Ransom sometimes uses the model. But to thank my rig artist for rigging my model, I actually drew Ransom a PNG tuber, kind of like Yui's, and I think they use it sometimes on stream. But I never did one for myself. I kept saying I was gonna do it for myself, and then it never happened. The only PNG tubers I ever drew was for Yui and Ransom. Like, I don't know. I also said I was gonna draw one for Hio one day. I told myself I was gonna draw her one just for fun, and I never did it. I have it. It's like half complete on my iPad. I have to like actually finish rendering it because I drew the sketch and then I did the first layer of color and then I thought about shading and rendering and I was like, that's crazy. And then I stopped. I got to the part where I actually had to render and I was like, oh my god, absolutely not. And then I stopped. That's like my biggest challenge to complete any art is like I love sketching and then I'm okay at coloring. Like I hate base layer color, but I'll do like the base colors. And then it comes to like the actual rendering and I'm like, this sucks ass. And then I stop drawing. I just don't every time I think about shading and like blending, I'm like, oh my god, this takes forever. I just wish the art was done already, and then I stop immediately. Like, I wish I could just draw sketches and then it would just color itself in, but that's not how it works, so. I was like, well. Enough older just to be 2V finished. I mean, that's the real truth, though. Like, I have so many projects that I start drawing on my iPad, and then, like, we get to the part where it, like, comes down to actually doing it, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Like, what is it? I have like a bunch of sketches of like different emotes I wanted to draw. I have a lot of sketches of like cover art that I want to draw for myself that I never draw. Like I really wanted to draw the like the hey boogie woogie bang bang meme for my with like the Toka art for it, and then I never did. I have this Crybaby light stick gif that I wanted to draw that I never finished. I have this art of like Serena and I in idol outfits that I never finished. I have like this like art of there's like an art of me and Hio together I never finished. There's a lot of stuff I started drawing and never freaking finished. I should get on that one day. I think one of the only art pieces I finished was like within like the last year is like I did the emotes on stream, and then I did I've done like emotes for people's birthdays, and that's it. I guess I also drew the Marshall Maximizer art. I drew that. I did finish that. That was something I did draw. Hi, Toko. I'm stuck at the airport right now. No, not the airport. I actually hate airports. I hope that you're doing okay. I actively despise the airport. It's why I hate traveling. I like genuinely can't like every time I think about going to the airport, it makes me upset. Like, cause it's so disgusting there. I don't know if you like feel the same way. I know some people love flying. I have some friends who love the airport and love to fly. I think that the smell of the airport is just despicable. It smells so bad. Well, actually, the Japan airport does not smell that bad, but the American airports smell horrible. The Tokyo airport actually smells pretty good, but uh the airports in America smell so rotten. I hate it. It smells like rotting peanuts. It's horrible. Oh yeah, I have two friends who love to fly. They love flying, they love the airport, they love traveling. Yeah, I as soon as I ever land from an airport, my first goal is to like take a shower. The first thing I did when I got back from Japan was like take a shower. I can't smell bad smells, honestly, so it's not that bad for me. Oh, I can like, so I know I sniffle a lot, but like, I when I'm not sniffling, I have like a really strong sense of smell, and I am very sensitive to smells. So it's like, whenever my sense of smell works, I can smell really, really well. I used to have such a bad like I was so sensitive to smell that when I was in when I was really young, my parents would always when I was really young, my family always had family dinners before everyone got busier, you know. And so I would go to family dinner with like my mom and her siblings and my grandparents every weekend. And the drive was like 30 to 45 minutes. And so as a kid, I would be in the car, right? We would be driving and there'd be food because it was always kind of like a potluck style dinner. And so we would always bring foods, you know? And the smell of the food being in the trunk would like be so strong to me that like I oh my god, like I would like feel nauseous and I would like get the worst headaches ever. And like I could smell it for like 2 days after. Like I always could smell the food in the car. And so I always hated going to the to family dinners, and I would always hope that I'd fall asleep in the car because I would always get these like really bad headaches from just the smell. And I used to think that I could like smell like I feel like I could literally like smell like my friends when they would come up the side of the hill if they were a girl and they would wear perfume. I could like smell their very specific perfume scents at my school. Like I could smell people when they would enter the room because if they were wearing a perfume, I was like very sensitive to the smell of it. Like it's why I don't really like perfume stores. They give me a headache. I have like very specific smells that I like, and other than that, it's like other than that, I just get really bad headaches. Also, like my friend has like she loves cedar candles, but I can't. I get really bad headaches when I smell cedar, so she can't light she can't light cedar candles when I hang out with her. Like oh my god, what's recently it was so funny. I was hanging out with my friend, right? And her boyfriend like reached over to like light the cedar candle in their apartment because he was like, "Oh, I should light that candle." And as he was about to light it, she went, "Stop that right now!" I was like, "Oh, what did I do?" She was like, "You can't light that one. Toka's here." And then she handed him a different one. It was so funny. He like didn't know because he didn't know, and she was like yelled at him. It was so funny. It doesn't help that some people overdo it with perfume and cologne. They do, they do. I like I understand like liking scents. I just don't like really strong ones. Like a lot of the perfumes that I wear are just very light body mists sort of. Like I have a lavender one that I really like. Um and there was one that I used to like. I believe it was from Lush. I think it was called Eternal Sunshine or something like that I used to wear. I really like Lush perfumes. I feel like Lush perfumes are really good because they're never too strong and they're always very like fruit, apple, sort of like light like sort of scents. I also used to have this like body mist that kind of smelled like apple cider. I liked that one. That one was a really good one. I think they discontinued that, but there was a scent from Lush that I used to wear that was like literally smelled just like apple cider, like fresh cinnamony apple cider from like if you would go to a barn to get stuff, you know? That was like my favorite. I wore that one for a really long time. Because I love the scent of apple cider, especially like a fresh apple cider smell. I've never smelled a perfume I like. They always hurt me, make me feel congested. Yeah, it depends on the type. Like, my mom's perfume, I really don't like my mom's perfume, but I just never told her. Because hers fades, um, really quick. But like in the morning when I was growing up, my mom would spray her perfume in the air, and I would like hold my breath. I'd be like, mm. But it would fade in like 30 minutes, so I just had to like put up with it until it faded. But I just never told my mom because obviously it's like her choice, and I would never say something like that to my mother. I know a lot of friends, or I still have a lot of friends who will like say stuff to their parents. That's crazy to me. I don't tell them my opinions. Like I would never like like they'd be like, oh yeah, with my parents, like if they did something I didn't like, I would say it, or like if they did this thing, that I would do this. I was like, that's crazy because I would never. I've been like at my with hanging out with like my friends sometimes when they would have their parents around and they'll like slightly bicker or argue with their parents. I'm like, that's insane. Could not be me. I'll tell you that. Couldn't be me. I've never even publicly like in the public, especially. I've never like disagreed with my parents before. That's crazy. Disagreeing with your parents publicly? I'd rather not even go outside. Like what is it? Like I think the only time I ever like quote unquote disagree with my parents is like if like they would like get my friend's name wrong. I would like correct them. Or like if they um would like if they'd be like, are we're gonna do this thing on this day, right? And I'd be like, oh no, it's actually on this day. Like I can't imagine like ever being like, actually, like um like I can you imagine like talking to your parents and be like, actually, or like being like, you're wrong, or like being like, you don't smell good, or like I hate when you do that, or like, could you stop? Like, hello? I could never. I could never. I could never. I remember once I was like, I don't think I have time for that, and I didn't mean to say it in like such an attitude filled voice, and then my parents were like, "What was that?" And I was like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to say it like that. I wasn't thinking." And then I said it again in a nicer voice. I was like, "Holy crap, what a mistake I've made in my life to change the tonality of my voice to be non-neutral while speaking to you. I apologize." I think I almost only speak to my parents in a neutral tone, and I just agree with whatever they say. Like, I think I don't think they've ever heard me speak as expressively as I do streaming, as like I ever when I speak to them. I just don't. I remember once I went to hang out with one of my friends for Thanksgiving during college, because otherwise I was just gonna like I was just gonna be on campus. So I was like, I went with my friend, right, to her place, and I met like her parents, and like, oh my god, they bicker so much. I was like, that's insane. I was like, why do you like? The first time I saw her kind of like talk back to them, I was like, what are you doing? She was like, I literally like when we like it was like starting to like she like said something in like a very defensive tone to her parents, and I was like, what are you doing? And she was like, I'm just telling them how I feel. I was like, why? She was like, so they know. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, oh. I've never experienced this environment. Like, I like felt it in my spine, like this feeling of like the air getting tense. I was like, ooh, I don't really like this. I don't know what is happening. Why would you do that? You know? Do my parents know I stream? My mom knows I stream. She like she doesn't really understand. She thinks that, well, I showed her my art and then she thought it was a cow. And then I had to tell her it wasn't a cow. And she doesn't really understand what the character is because I've tried explaining it to her and she was like, it's really complicated. I was like, I'm sorry. And, and she thinks streaming is kind of strange. She doesn't really understand it. Her response when I really tried to like fully explain to her one night what it was she was like, why would people want to watch you talk and like play a video game? And I was like, I really can't explain it to you because I'm more of like a VOD clip watcher. I don't really watch live streams very often unless it's Hyoyo Mokami. And so she was kind of like, I don't really understand. And I was like, I really can't explain it to you either. And she was like, I mean, if it brings you joy, then I guess it's fine. And I was like, thanks. So she doesn't really understand. I think she's just too old to understand, I'll be honest with you. Like, she's very, very old. She doesn't really understand how to use social media, so I think she genuinely can't conceptualize how streaming works as like a platform or a thing. Like, she barely understands how social media works. So I think it's a little bit like the concept is too new for her to understand, I think. Like, she doesn't even understand really like she doesn't really even understand like talk shows, like, if that makes sense. Yes, you have a question. What is this question? I bet your mom would love watching Hio. She does like Hio. She really likes Hio as a person. I don't know if she would like watching Hio. My mom doesn't really understand like talk shows and stuff, like Tonight Show and stuff like that. Like, my dad kind of liked it. So the PFP stream, do we have to dono to get one, or can we just ask? You will be asked to dono $1 for your PFP so that you can send me a message that has all of the requirements to what you want, and then I'm going to add it to a Google sheet so that I make sure everyone gets done. But you will not have to spend any more than $1 for the membership stream to get a PFP. It's also so I can have a line, because otherwise you guys are just going to send a bunch of stuff in chat and I'm going to lose it. What if I want to give more? You can dono more if you would like to, but you're not required to dono any more. You can just dono $1 because it's a membership stream, and like, I'll just have a line, and you guys can have one PFP each. My mom doesn't get anime. I showed many of my dad, who's already a huge Avatar fan. Yeah, my mom doesn't get anime either. She gets cartoons, which is kind of strange. Actually, it's crazy because like you want an Axia one next? Damn, that's a lot of girls to fit on one image. I mean, if they're all tiny, I guess, yeah. I start brainstorming ideas. Well, it is tomorrow, but it's at night, so you have time. If it's for someone else, just write it in your thing. Just like our symbols. Oh yeah. You mean like our little watermarks? I really like my watermark, but Hio thinks it looks like a beetle. What is it called? I'm so good at using my brain. Like, I was gonna say my mom doesn't understand anime, but she actually really likes Inuyasha. But I don't know if she counted that. And she also likes Sailor Moon. She likes Sailor Moon. She likes she liked, actually, okay, so my mom liked the animes I watched as a kid. But when I showed her like the animes I like now, she doesn't like them. But maybe it's just because the content is different. You know? Cuz like when I was a kid, my mom liked watching Tokyo Mew Mew with me. She liked watching Sailor Moon and Inuyasha and Cardcaptor. But then, like, I don't know, she loved Kimba the White Lion and Princess Knight. But like, when I show her the stuff I watch now, I think maybe it's just too adult. My mom really likes lighthearted stuff. She doesn't like things that make her feel emotion. Very similarly to me. Like when I watch stuff that makes me feel emotion, I don't really like that either. So I think she just likes that those are very like kid stuff. Like my mom loves like children movies because of how lighthearted they are and they always have a happy ending. My mom hates bad endings. Like she hates a sad ending. She hates obscure endings. She hates dark stories. She hates violence. So I think she just prefers like the old animes I used to watch because those are all kids shows with like very lighthearted stories. And my mom likes a lot of cartoons because she loved the Justice League. She loves the Justice League. She loves X-Men. Like the cartoons, not like the movies. Um she doesn't like superhero movies for some reason, but she loves like superhero cartoons. I can't really explain that to anyone. I don't really know how or why. Like she really doesn't like the Avengers, but she loved like Justice League, X-Men, the original one, and Evolution. Uh like those sorts of shows. Did she watch the old Teen Titans show? Yes, she did. We watched it together when I was a kid. I loved Teen Titans so much that my parents went for one of my Christmas gifts. They bought me all of the DVDs. So I actually own all of the original Teen Titans on DVD. I'm like, I am such a big fan of the Teen Titans. I love the Teen Titans. She's a DC Comics girl. Yeah, she is. It's kind of crazy. Like, she it's really interesting because my dad watches a lot more Marvel movies, or he did, and but he never really watched, like, he wasn't into Marvel, but he watched all of the like Avenger movies because he just likes superhero movies and he liked movies where people kind of like fight. Like he liked fighting stuff. Like my dad was very like he loved old Chinese uh kung fu movies. He loved kung fu movies, like especially ones that I thought had like a little bit too much. Yeah, he loved Ip Man. He loved all of the old Bruce Lee stuff. He loved Jackie Chan movies. He loved like very obscure any sort of kung fu movies that he could get his hands on. He would be watching it. Like he loved a violent kung fu movie. Like there's like something the dragon. There's like this one kung fu movie that we watched where like this guy had to go through like several trials to get to become like enlightened or something, and like he had like a child where like there was like a trial where like he had to like listen to the sound of like a water dropping for like a long time, and it's some sort of torture. Um like all of those like sorts of shows, that was like my dad's favorite. He'd watch those for hours when he retired. Who's my favorite Teen Titan characters? I really like, well, my favorite Teen Titans character is Raven, which I feel like is pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious that my favorite Teen Titans character would be Raven. Um, but I also really liked, as a kid, I really liked Jinx. Um, I also really liked, I like my favorite ship from the Teen Titans old TV show was Robin and Raven, and I actually watched a lot of. I read a lot of fan fiction. I still read a lot of fan fiction of them as a couple, because you know what? Perry's not here, so she can't hear this. But I didn't like I did not like Starfire growing up. I thought that she was too much. And Starfire is Perry's favorite Teen Titan. But I just don't like Starfire that much growing up. Now she's fine. She's grown on me. But as a kid, I like really thought Starfire was annoying. But it's okay because I liked Starfire more than Beast Boy. Everyone loves Beast Boy. I hate Beast Boy with like a passion. I really don't like Beast Boy. And it's crazy because like a lot of people, almost everyone actually, ships Raven with Beast Boy. And I just really hate Beast Boy. And I think it's the same thing. It's like so my roommate, she's like a really big Harry Potter fan, right? I liked Tara. Tara Markov is her like full name in the comics. Her full name is never, I don't believe, revealed in the TV show. But her name is Tara Markov. But because I don't read the comics, but I read descriptions of the comics a lot of the time for those types of shows. Like, I've never really read the comics for Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but I once in a while will go back and I will read summaries of all of the issues that have come out since like I've last read up on them, so I still sort of know what's happening in the story for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And like it's the same for like any DC show that I don't actually watch but I read fanfiction for. I realize now I kind of just like DC. I like, except the thing about DC is that I love the X-Men and I feel like the X-Men are DC and they're Marvel, but I feel like it's really, the X-Men are really feel like a DC franchise, and I really don't know how to describe that. Like, I don't know how to like describe why I think that X-Men feels like it should be DC and not Marvel, but it really does to me feel like it should be a DC franchise. But I also didn't think I cared about superhero stuff. And then I realized recently that a lot of stuff that I read is superhero stuff. And I don't know why. I know, right? X-Men isn't DC, it's a Marvel thing. I too thought it was DC until I like talked to my friend once and then she was like, "What are you talking about?" I guess it's kind of true, yeah. Marvel heroes don't seem in line with the mutant sort of thing. I feel like also a lot of the issues tackled in X-Men, I feel, are very DC issues, if that makes sense. Like, because I feel like a lot of the DC franchises, their focus on the story that they tell, like the sort of lessons that they teach, is much more DC than Marvel. I feel like a lot of Marvel stuff is less focused on the sort of stuff that DC covers in terms of like generalized moral lessons that they teach and the way they handle those like sort of moral lessons that they teach in both. Also, I feel like the mutant thing is a lot more similar to a lot of DC hero stories. I feel like that's very DC. What is it called? The what was I going to say? My roommate is really into Harry Potter, right? And we were talking about Harry Potter one day, and I was like, "Yeah, I really hate Ron Weasley." I was like, I genuinely, really, goodbye, Rex. Have a good flight. I really hate I really hate Ron Weasley, like with a passion. I think he's like so annoying. Um, and I love Hermione Granger, and I used to ship Hermione with Harry, and she was like, "Why?" And I was like, "Well, the thing about it was like, because the thing is like, I realized that you know how like there's a lot of like I realize now when I look back on like the ships that I had as a kid that I like still kind of have now. That like a lot of the thing would be like me shipping the smart or like depressed gothic sort of girl, like, you know, like there's always the franchise where there's the smart girl or the depressed gothic girl, and there's like always a triangle team or like a team of 5, and it's always like the hero, the like sort of side friend, the funny guy, and then the heart, and then it's like just the typical storytelling, right? There's always like those are like the band of heroes is always like that, right? It's like the hero, the whatever they call it, the funny guy, and the heart girl, and then the other special character, right? Um, and like the character, I would always like get upset when like the smart girl or the goth girl slash angsty girl would fall in love with the class clown, and I can't tell you why, but it always really pissed me off. Like that's not my favorite trope. I don't like that trope very much. Because I would always be like, why are you, like, your personality doesn't fit with tolerating this sort of behavior. And then my friend, she loves that trope. And my friend loves that trope. And she was like, but it's like, that person is like so funny that he's like making that girl relax and like not feel so like connected to XYZ. And I was like, but like, why is he making her laugh? Like, because a lot of the time I feel like people are really lazy with writing that type of character, and so it's like he's funny, but he doesn't have any other redeeming features. And like the main character is also funny, but like he's more caring and empathetic. You know, like I feel like the leader is normally more charismatic, or and it still is sort of funny, and like normally is smarter and more just capable. And I never understood why the girl would go with the guy who's like not as capable, not as caring and empathetic, and his main characteristic is that he's slightly funnier than the main character. I was always like, what's the fucking point? You know? I would never settle for that. Like, I don't understand. So I really hated Ron and I really hated Beast Boy because I was always like, this smart, intelligent girl is like, why are you going for the guy who is just like a downgrade from the main character? I just never understood, and I still don't understand. It's fine, like, I guess, if that's what you want, but I just don't get it. Doesn't like token clown characters. I really don't, actually. I really hate token clown characters. I just can't agree, because a lot of the time, and I think it's just, like, mistakes in writing, right? Like, I think a lot of the time, because the token clown character is not the main character, they spend less time developing them. Or when they do try to develop them, it's like in one episode, right? They get like 1 or 2 episodes about them. And it's like, I just feel like those 2 episodes never really flesh them out for me enough to be like, yes. You know? Like an example, and their issues that they have are always issues that I can't relate to. Like a great example is like I agree. Like a great example is for Beast Boy, right? In one of the big Beast Boy episodes is the Beast Within. And in the Beast Within, like it's about him growing up from like the conception of having like quote unquote a monster inside of you, and the way that you choose to deal with it is what makes you a man versus a boy. Right? Which was kind of about like puberty, but also like the internal fight for like the feeling of internalized like horrible masculinity things, right? And like that sort of insecurity, right? And like he becomes like this kind of jerk, and like it's like because of this chemical they spill on him, and he learns like this lesson of like self acceptance, whatever, you know. And then it's like, but in the end he doesn't really grow from that, and he doesn't really change from that. And I think that that sort of like those sorts of episodes where I would always be like, this is so frustrating because you learned this like lesson, and like uh this lesson I feel like isn't like, I can't connect to this lesson because I just can't, I've never experienced this sort of thing. Or like where like a lot of the brashness and anger and frustration that the character deals with while being the clown character is like having to do with this sense of insecurity that makes them lash out in like a really like childish way, which I could never relate to. So I guess I can't like empathize with the character, you know? The Beast Within is one of my favorite things with werewolf characters. It is a really cool werewolf thought where it's like the chemical does like splash onto them. Ironic characters that are sarcastic, it depends on the level of sarcasm, be honest with you. Like, I think sarcasm is fun. I'm not that sarcastic, but I have like a drier sense of humor. So I also think probably it's because I can't relate to like funny humor. Like I like Perry knows this. We've talked about it before, where it's like she loves like kind of like Perry loves like potty humor a lot, and she loves like very big like laugh out loud sort of jokes. But my sense of humor is very dry and situational, and so I just like really don't like potty humor. It's why if you when you see like collabs with Perry and I, you'll always notice I think that she like holds back a little bit from like making as many like potty humor sort of jokes, because she knows that I don't really like it that much. So she tries to like not make as many jokes about it because she knows I won't laugh. But like it's just because I don't like have that sort of humor. So it's like why I think like I naturally gravitated more to like um characters like Raven and stuff. Also because like my upbringing was very much like non-expressive. Like we didn't really express thoughts or feelings or like um and everything was very much about like introspection, reflection, like compassion, and that sort of thing, like consideration. So I didn't really grow up in like an environment where like I would be relating to like the sort of things like Starfire or Beast Boy, where they're very expressive characters. They have a lot of like really big jokes and loudness and stuff like that, you know? I was very much like a kid that was like, I don't like I speak but not to a lot of people. I don't speak too loudly. I don't like make a lot of jokes. I didn't like get into that type of humor. I like didn't express myself very much. It's making funny nicknames of people. Perfection of Star Wars fandom has been some angers of ooh. I don't understand that very much because of like I don't watch Star Wars, but I understand the funny nicknames. I'm very mature. I wouldn't say I'm mature. I think I'm like I don't know. How would you explain it? Like I wasn't like around. I didn't have a lot of humor. Like I don't think I ever heard my I don't think my parents have ever told a joke to me. Like we didn't like ever like clown around, you know? Like my parents I don't think have ever like we never like joked around. We never like playfully like bantered. Like we just like talk. You know? Like my friends when I hang out with them and their parents, like they'll like sometimes like and like even my aunts and cousins and stuff, you know, like they're a little bit more playful. Like they'll make jokes at each other's expenses a little bit. They'll like play a small joke prank or something, or like bicker a little bit. Like my family was very much like not like we wouldn't do that ever. Like I've never like been like Like I've never like told a joke to my parents or something. I guess I don't really tell jokes. But like we would never do this sort of thing. Like when I call my mom, like we never like laugh a lot. Like we laugh, but like not like big, you know? That sort of thing. So I don't really understand that sort of like experience. Like I don't really like what do you call like I guess I've like mentioned my mom being older before, but like I never like say it in like a mean way or like a bantering way. Like I'll be like, "Well, mom, I think it might just be because you're older, so it's harder for you to like do this activity." But I don't think it means that you're weaker in any sense. It's just because you're getting older, and because you're older, right? Your muscles aren't as strong as before. Like I would say something like that to my mom, or like um I or like if I was like joking with her about her older sensibilities, I'd be like something like, "Oh, you know, mom, I don't think people really necessarily think or that you would have to understand that about like your phone at work because you are one of the older employees. So it makes sense that like you wouldn't understand how to use it. I think you should just ask this person or talk to this person." Like that's kind of how I talk to my mother. It's kind of how I talk to my parents in general. It's like more of that. Like that's like the farthest I'd push it if I was gonna like say something like that. Sophisticated. I don't know if I'm sophisticated. Do you think my jokes and humor are sophisticated? Am I a sophisticated person? Do you find me sophisticated? Do you think I'm sophisticated? I hope. I mean, that'd be cool if I was sophisticated. I like wish. I don't really understand like table manners. I mean, I do. I guess I don't like chew with my mouth open or anything, but I don't like know how to like where the forks and stuff go. Only highbrow humor. What is even highbrow humor? I just don't really laugh. I mean, oh, you know, I do laugh when I watch sometimes when I watch Rhett and Link, I laugh depending on how funny a situation is with Rhett and Link when they're like doing stuff. Um I think they're kind of funny. I don't find comedians funny though. I really don't like comedian humor. I don't really know what it is. Like the the fact that they're trying to make me laugh, I find not funny. And that is that weird? Like because I know that the goal of their conversation is to make me laugh, I find their humor not funny at all. It's why I don't really care for comedy shows. Like once I know that the goal is to make me laugh, I no longer find it funny because it's not situationally funny to me anymore. I'm just here. Like because I go to honestly of all the theater that I've consumed in the last couple of years, almost everything I go to is comedy because my roommate is really into improv and comedy. And so I'll go to shows that she's in for improv to support her because I'm not a jerk and I would never just skip out on a show that she's in just because I don't really care for the content. So I'll go to shows that my roommate is in because I want to support her, even if I don't really care for the content. And I often like I always feel bad because she'll be like, "What did you think? Was it good?" And I'll be like, "Well," my favorite thing is she'll be like, "What did you think, Toka? Was it good?" And I'll be like, "Well," I always say to her, I'm like, "Well, I don't really think I'm the person to ask if I think it's good." Because it doesn't fit my sort of humor. So I just don't really think you should ask me whether I think the show is good. Because I don't think you're going to get the answer that you'd like. Because I don't think that I'm the target audience. I always have to explain that to people. I'm like, they're like, "Oh, did you think that this show was funny or good?" I'm like, I don't really think you should ask me. Because I don't think that I'm the audience for this type of show. So my opinion is going to be drastically different from someone who would genuinely appreciate this sort of humor. Because like I don't want her to like take my opinion as whether the show is good or not. Because I'm just gonna say that I didn't really care for it. But like it's not because I think that it was bad. It's because it's just not fit for my sort of humor, you know. So I was like, I don't think you should ask me. I don't think you want my opinion, actually. I think my opinion is the wrong opinion about the show. Because, like, she does a lot of, like, sketch improv sort of stuff. And so I go to a lot of, like, sketch, like, improv-y, long form and short form improv shows that she's in because she loves improv. So she's in a lot of improv. And so it's like, I watch all these improv shows, but they didn't, like, improv humor is really not my type of humor. Because a lot of it is based off of, like, a setup, punchline, and, like, a ridiculous scenario. And I think too logically for ridiculous scenarios like that. So, like, the the ridiculousness of the scenarios usually really takes me out of the humor. So I'm always like, you know. And, like, the whole thing that makes improv funny normally is the fact that it's a really high stakes situational humor thing with the do you actually like Hyo's jokes? Does it seem like I like Hyo's jokes? I like that she finds them funny. I like that she thinks it's funny. That's all that matters to me. You're not a fan of shows like Whose Line Is It Anyway? No. I actually really hate shows like that. I don't like that type of humor. I don't know if there's a show that I would say I find particularly funny. I find things amusing. Like, I know when I think something should be funny. Like, I like I'll when I watch things, like the shows that I watch that my friends are in, or when I watch like a quote unquote comedy, I always know when I should think something is funny or when I should be laughing. Um and I'll say it, like, if my friends are like, "What did you think of this?" and I'll be like, it was funny. I know that it's funny. I wasn't laughing, but I know it was funny." I've literally said that to friends before. Like, one time my roommate was like, she like thought she did do phenomenally. It's not that she didn't do phenomenally. I wasn't laughing. She was like, "What do you think about this part of this show?" And I was like, "It was very funny." She was like, "But you didn't laugh." And I was like, "Well, I don't think I would have laughed, but it was funny. I knew it was funny. I've recognized that that was very funny." Anything funny from it? It's because it's like a traditional short form comedy, like improv. It's like fine. Like, I think the thing about them is, like, you have to enjoy short form improv, and it's not. It's like, I think short form improv is like really like a particular taste. Like, you have to. It has to be like your type of humor. Like, I don't normally, like, I laugh a lot on stream, but that's because I'm more like laughing at a situation than laughing at any sort of thing that's actually funny. Like, I laughed so much during the Brett and Fred stream because I was getting frustrated, and I just, the situation of us being so fucking bad at Brett and Fred is just disgusting. It was so bad. I don't understand how we could be that bad at the game. But, like, I didn't think it was funny. But I thought the situation was funny. You know, I wasn't laughing at anything else but that. But it's I don't think it's important to make me laugh. I don't laugh a lot in real life. I don't. I'm not as awake or alive as I am on stream in real life. Normally, I'm pretty chill. I'm pretty exhausted or like quiet. I don't really talk that much in real life, I'll be honest with you. I had to, like, train myself to talk more to people because um I wasn't interacting in a way that felt, how do you say, like, correctly human. Like, a lot of people, I used to have this, like, nickname where people would talk about me, they'd always be like, "Oh yeah, she's like a robot." Like, I didn't like I used to not talk enough to, and, like, in the right way to make it feel like I was very human. And then I worked on it, and then it worked a lot better, and now I'm really good at communicating to people. But, like, I had to, like, work on communicating with people because I wasn't naturally good at it. Like, an example is like, I I didn't know that when you listened to people that you should say something back, because my family takes turns talking, so we don't really talk over each other. Like that's why in collabs sometimes if people start talking over each other enough a lot, I just shut up because I don't really know how to deal with that. Because my family didn't talk over each other. It was like everyone has their turn in the circle. Like, um, you would never talk over people. Like that's like considered like really rude in my family. And so like, but I know that that's just how social situations are. You know, people end up talking over each other, especially over like a call. Since we're not in person, we can't read social cues. So I kind of just shut up at that point. But like, um, unless I need to scream at Hio for freaking camping me. But like, if, but like, uh, when, uh, when I started having more social interactions and like having to learn how to network or market with people for my IRL job and stuff, like I kind of had to learn that I needed to respond to people when they were talking to me because I would be sitting there and listening and I would be told that I seemed really intimidating because when I would listen to someone, I listened very intently, like I know how to make my face look like I'm listening intently to what people say. Um I've been told honestly that sometimes when I listen to people that I look too intent on listening, that it kind of weirds them out because it seems like I care too much about what the person is saying, which I think is weird because shouldn't you appear to care about what someone's saying? But I've been told that I sometimes seem like I care too much about what someone's saying and that it's kind of creepy. So I have to work on that as well. But like, um, I learned that like, you know, you have to make sound and also like be like, yeah, like, oh yeah, that sucks, or like, oh, I I totally get that. That's like horrible, or like, oh my god, that's so cool. Like, because before I would just listen to someone talk. Like they could talk for like more than an hour and I would just be like, and I would just listen. Like I would just keep listening. And I would listen and remember what they said and form opinions so that I could respond when told to respond. But then I was starting to get told that that was really weird because I wasn't like saying anything. You know, like you're normally supposed to like interject or like make a verbal agreement. So then I started doing like the thing where I'd be like, mm, mm-hmm, and they're like, but that's unnerving because you're not like really saying anything, you're just making a sound. So then I had to start learning when the right time would be when someone talked to be like, oh my god, that's crazy. And they'd be like, oh my god, right, and then they would continue, or they'd like, are like, oh, that's so cool, you know, and then it's like, which I think is just annoying because I feel like it takes up so much energy to know when you should make an interjective like short statement that really means nothing other than continue. But I guess that's fine, you know. I just think it's kind of stupid. Like I just don't see the reason to have to spend social emotional energy on finding the right times to interject so that people think that you're listening when you're just listening. But I mean, it's important, I guess, in social interactions to know when to interject in the right way to seem like you're caring. Like, because I just think it's useless and a waste of my energy, but it's whatever. Like, it's like if I like I'm listening. Like, I don't understand why you need me to help you know that I am. I'm watching you intensely. I'm not looking at my phone. I am only looking at you and listening to what you're saying. So therefore, I must be engaged. Such is life. That is life. That's certainly how communication works. I also had to learn when I like. I also learned to read and to when people didn't want my opinion, which because I really hate it. I think it's so stupid, but so many people do this thing where it's like they'll be like, "Oh my god, I have to tell you about this thing," and then like they tell you, and then they ask what you think, and then you tell them what you think, and then they get upset or they like are like a little annoyed at what you think of it. But they asked me what I thought, so I told them what I thought, and it's kind of like You kind of have to be like, I had to learn how to like read into whether people actually wanted my opinion or if they just wanted me to agree with them. Because like, why did you ask that? Like, I just don't. And like, I've had people be like, Toka, you should talk more in real life. They'll be like, oh, you should say more about like your life or like how you're feeling. And I just don't care to like, I just don't really care. Like, they'll be like, because it's like, I don't really want your response. I don't really care to have your opinion. I don't really need to talk about anything. I just am around. Because I don't mind, like, listening to people, you know? Like, I just, I just don't have anything to share. And then I get mad that I would use my eyes to listen. Oh yeah, eye contact is very important in social situations, and I didn't like it growing up. I never really made eye contact very often, but I learned in college how to make eye contact because I was forced to by my mentor. My school a given mentor, because my school would apply mentors to underclassmen who were, you get like assigned an upperclassman to be your mentor. My mentor used to make me sit at lunch and stare into her eyes as we talked to get me used to eye contact. So now I can make eye contact for a very long period of time. Because I know that it's how people like to feel like they're being engaged with. But I don't really like eye contact, but I'll make eye contact. And now it's more of like a dare. Now it's more of like a dare of like proving that I can make eye contact. I will look at someone right in the eyes and I will talk to them intently. It depends on how long people hold it with me. If they seem like they don't want to make eye contact, then I stop looking. But like, if someone makes eye contact with me, I will make eye contact with them now, and I will talk, and I will make eye contact. I just think it's awkward, but it's fine. It doesn't really matter. I just think that like understanding and having to learn how to read social situations is such a stupid thing. Because it's like everyone has a different communication style, and so forcing everyone to behave in the same way, in my opinion, is stupid. But I mean, that's just how society is, so you kind of just have to learn to adapt, I think. Okay. Let's play this game. Oh my god, can you see my mouse? Ew. Wait, let me turn off the capture. But now it's off. Oh. Why isn't it? Oh, there it goes. Wait, there's a game? Yeah, the game that's been in the background this whole time. Haven't you seen this game that has been here this whole time that we keep ignoring? That we've seemingly been ignoring for like 2 hours and 58 minutes? I think we did that, and if not more, than longer than normal. I don't even know how much time we're ever gonna get to spend to like play this game. I don't even know how long I have left to stream. I don't really know how long I planned to stream. Always pick scissors, by the way. You should know, being half deity, I am always, what do you call, aware of how long I yap. Well, that's not true. I don't always spend time thinking about it. In fact, most of the time I don't even think about it. But, I mean, you wouldn't, what do you call? You can't just be a streamer and not play the video game. I mean, I guess some people could, but then what would you theme your stream after? Just Zatsu number 128? Can you imagine? I just completely stopped playing video games. I only stream Zatsus, and it's just every single time the Zatsu is just labeled by a number, and it's just called Zatsu number 128, Zatsu number 129, Zatsu number 130, Zatsu and it's just another Zatsu every single time I stream. And the only times that things get changed up is when I do a tier list or I have a themed Zatsu. The only times I play games are games that are like random ass games. What do you call, like, can you imagine? Oh my god, can you imagine? I don't ever play a game, but I label the game under the game tag. It's labeled the game. I only talk on the main menu. And I never play the game. And people find my VODs through thinking that I'm gonna play the game, and they keep watching and they keep watching, and they skip to the end and they realize I never played the game. And there's so many games that I've never played, but I just sit on the main menu. Every time a popular game comes out, especially 3D ones that I cannot play, I buy the game and I put it in the background and I never play the game. I buy Silksong and I don't play Silksong. I just have Silksong in the background on the loading menu. I'm at like Silksong part 28. I've never played Silksong. It's just the background of Silksong playing the opening main menu. Can you imagine? When the new Danganronpa comes out, I don't play any Danganronpa. I just have the beginning menu behind me. Oh yeah. I just record, actually, I just screen record the opening sequence of every game that I buy, just to the part where it like loops. I download that, I return the game, and I play that as a loop in the background. Can you imagine? Every time like a really expensive 3D game comes out that's like $99, I just screen record the looping opening screen, I return the game, and I put the looping opening screen in the background of my OBS while I talk for like 3 hours, and then I end the stream. And no one understands what's happening unless they ask, and they keep asking me when I'm gonna play the freaking game, and I don't know. Like, I've never like I don't even know how to play half those games. Whenever someone's like, are you gonna play this game? It's like, first of all, I probably can't play it. Second of all, I don't even know how to do that. I buy Elden Ring, I never play Elden Ring. I just put the background of Elden Ring in the background, and I say it's an Elden Ring stream because Elden Ring's in the background. Are we still talking if the critical or it's actually gonna happen? I don't think it's I don't think I could actually do that. Isn't that like trolling or something? I don't think I've ever trolled anyone. Though I will say, you're probably not gonna... Well, I guess we will still Zatsu, but we're still gonna play a game next week. Or next month. Because next month is Pokemon, and we have to play Pokemon. Because the new game's gonna come out. And I've been waiting all year for it, and I'm really excited for it. I'm really excited for ZA. But I saw the new... I saw the new forms for ZA, the new megas today for the new 3 starters, and I think it's crazy that you can't actually get them during the main game. I was like, oh my god, Mega Delphox? Oh my god, how do I get Mega Delphox? And they were like, that you can't. You have to get it through like events. And I was like, what the? Yeah, the Pokopia. I really want to play that game, but apparently right now it says it's for the Switch 2, and I don't own a Switch 2, so we're gonna see. I hope they let you. I hope you can still play it on the Switch 1, because I don't really want to get a Switch 2. I mean, if I need to get a Switch 2, I guess I could get a Switch 2. If I really need to, I guess I could buy a Switch 2. I just really don't want to. They're so expensive, and I have... It's like, I could... Because, I mean, my Switch is original Switch that came out, like... I got the Switch around when it came out. So it's kind of like... I mean, I could... in theory, get the Switch too. I just really don't want to spend the money. But we'll see what they do for Pokepedia, because I want to play Pokepedia. You can play it on the Switch, but it's gonna run like ass. Hey, that's half the games ever to run on a as not to trash on Pokemon. I love Pokemon, but that's like half of Pokemon games nowadays. They all kind of run like ass. I'm a Digimon fan, so I'm more excited for Digimon Story. What even is Digimon Story? Is it like Pokemon? Is it like Digimon World DS? I like Digimon World DS a lot. Digimon Story. Digimon Story Time Stranger. I like Digimon World DS. And Digimon the one that has Lunamon. Oh, is it just like this looks like this looks like what's that game? It kind of reminds me of like the way that the gameplay looks kind of looks more like Honkai Star Rail. Is it like Honkai Star Rail? They're somehow more even lazier now with Pokemon games than before. Do you like horror visual novels? If so, there's a Digimon Survive. The thing about visual novels is they're kind of hard to play on stream. So I don't really play a lot of visual novels, but I've considered playing more because I like voice acting streams. I might play... I've considered, when I saw that they were releasing a new Danganronpa, I was like considering playing the new Danganronpa. I remember the complaints about how badly Arceus ran. Well, yeah, there was a lot of complaints about how Arceus ran. It was pretty mid in terms of how it came right out of the box, but I really like the gameplay of Arceus. I wish that the gameplay was like Arceus more. I also like the story of Arceus, but I really didn't like the visuals for Arceus. But I mean, I don't really care for visuals that much. I mean, I play a lot of games that don't have the best visuals, so I can't really complain. I also play a lot of games that have very normal, very specific visuals. Like, not a lot of people like the visuals for Fear and Hunger, but I just do. I love the visuals for Fear and Hunger. Had Hacker's Memory and Cyber Sleuth combo. Wow. But I like, next month we're just mostly gonna play Pokemon. And we're gonna play Corpse Party. Yeah, I don't really care for the textures. And that's part of why I, the problem with, Scarlet and Violet, because I didn't even play Scarlet and Violet. Like, that's the problem. It's the first Pokemon game I've never played fully is Scarlet and Violet, and it was because I felt like the story was everywhere. Like, I wanted open world, but the stories, like, felt really disconnected. They didn't feel as engaging as normal, and I thought, you know, like, what I really like, one of the things I really liked about Arceus was the quest system. Because I like, it reminded me a lot of Skyrim. It was like Skyrim, like, you had the main story, and then there's side quests. And I kind of wished that Scarlet and Violet felt more like that than just like there's like 3 storylines and you can pick which one you do first, but not really, because you kind of have to be strong enough to do one of the other ones, so then you have to do the main story to do this one anyway. And that's what I didn't really like about Scarlet and Violet, so I never finished it. Of all the games, I've never finished it. And so I'm hoping that ZA feels more cohesive and less disconnected, and then the story is more engaging. Plus, I really like the design for the trainer for ZA too. Give the Digimon Story Time Stranger demo a try and see if it interests you. I might look into it. Because I did really like Digimon growing up, but it was more like I really liked the anime. Like, one of my favorite animes growing up was, Digimon Tamers. I have, like, basically all of it recorded on VHS. Because it was on my, like, DVR, and my mom would add it to a VHS. She would, like, screen it onto it. Like, I'm a huge fan of Digimon Tamers. I was like, I loved Rika growing up. I thought she was the coolest ever, and I thought Randomon was so cool. I loved Rika. I thought, see the thing about funny guy who's charming, you want to know a funny guy who's charming? Rio from Digimon Tamers. Rio? Oh my god, I had a huge crush on Rio as a kid. Rio and Rika, honestly. I thought that he was so charming. Rio was so charming. And he was so cool. He was so caring, empathetic, righteous. Also, like, he was charismatic. What do you mean bad taste? What do you mean Rio is bad taste? He was a cool-ass guy. He was so charming. He was like, he cared for Rika. He cared about like just the general justice of Digimon. He wore like this kind of weird outfit of armor. His Digimon was really cool. Cybertron was really cool. Honestly, he was kind of like Robin from Teen Titans. Like, but like more mature, honestly, because Robin from Teen Titans was a little bit more of a kid. Digimon Frontier was better. It depends on the type of stories you like. I feel like there's a very different storytelling way to, like, the story vibes were very different between Digimon Frontier, Digimon Tamers, and then all of the different Digimons as well. They all have very different storytelling methods. They all have different vibes. Like, so it kind of depended on what you liked more. Like, I really liked the really dark storytelling vibe of, like, Digimon Tamers. 1 second. I have to grab... Ooh, what? Erm... Da, da, da. One second. I have to quickly find... this art for something. Would there be a benefit to dual streaming on Twitch and YouTube? Not really. That's why I don't stream on both. So the issue with dual streaming, depending on, you know, whether you've started on doing dual streaming or not, is, for dual streaming, if you dual stream, you kind of have to ask your audience to split in half. Which is kind of why it's not really beneficial. Like, you're kind of asking to have two different audiences, and it kind of splits things up in a way that's not necessarily useful. Like, then I would be cultivating two different audiences on two different platforms that both interact differently. Like, an example is like, so for Twitch, right? If I was gonna stream on Twitch, obviously I'd want to have redeems that would have to do with Twitch points, Twitch stuff. Like, and But if you're watching me on YouTube, then you can't use those features, right? So then you would naturally want to go over to Twitch. But the main content that I create is on YouTube. So then how do I ask my audience on YouTube to... How do I engage in them in the same way that the Twitch chat works, right? And how do I balance both of the platforms at the same time? How do I make sure that both feel like they're both being able to be engaged with at the same rate? You know? It's more like deciding where to cultivate your audience. Like, an example, like, let's say I have a redeem to have me have a ball toggle on Twitch. Now, polls and stuff and redeems are not the same on each. No, like, there's the example, right, is bits, or in, like, not bits, well, bits as well, but, like, the part of, like, Twitch, right, is, like, you can do channel points. For the longer you're watching, the more you can redeem. Which is really cool. But YouTube doesn't have that feature. And, like, so what would be the point of watching on YouTube if I had a Twitch where I have channel points and you can get benefits from watching, when like, my main platform is going to be YouTube. Like, it is always going to be YouTube because I'm in a company and my company's main platform is YouTube. So if I dual streamed and there were more benefits to watching on Twitch, why would you watch on YouTube? And also, there's a lot of benefits to things like, right, so the YouTube membership involves having membership streams, right, and access to membership content. But if I'm also having you subscribe on Twitch, and you want to have the emotes on Twitch, right, so you would subscribe on Twitch, and also you wouldn't want to have ads, so you'd subscribe on Twitch, right? So now you're paying for 2 memberships, and that makes you pay double the money when, like, you could just have one platform, which is YouTube, and you're getting the membership content on YouTube. So it's kind of like, what are you gonna expect your audience to do? Is it worth it to expect your audience to do those sorts of things for the benefits of what the money is worth? Sort of vibe. Like, it's kind of like the pro or con. To move to Kick? That's so funny, moving to Kick. I would never move to Kick. It's not really a feasible platform for the type of content I create. I know the options are cool. Amazon or casinos. It does kind of feel like Google, Amazon, or casinos, doesn't it? Oh, okay. That's what they see. So... in this. That's why I watch Hio on Twitch when she dual streams, just for the channel points. Yeah, because you get the channel points are really cool, you know? Like, I think channel points are really fun. I just, like, they kind of, like, require having your Twitch be active and used all the time. So it's kind of like, you kind of have to decide whether you think it's worth it and stuff. I think that it's cool, though. I think channel points are really cool. I wish that they would integrate something like that into YouTube. I think that would be a really big benefit for streaming on YouTube, is if they could integrate that type of stuff, like channel points, or even just easier redeems. But it's unfortunate that they don't seem to want to do that. But that's fine. I mean, you know, I can't control them. I'm just a little guy. I can't control or influence the way that YouTube decides to operate. And if I could, I would. Because I think those are really fun. I love when I watch, like, a VTuber, like, my friends, like, Dreamy and stuff, when you can, like, redeem all of this, like, fun, like, bits throwing, and balding them, and changing their outfits, or changing their color schemes. Like, I think that's really cool. Ninja and XQC or whoever, those huge kick bonuses, and they immediately went back to Twitch, and it was up. Has so much wasted potential. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of created as a, like, way to keep people on the platform, in the same way that Shorts was made it, right? It's a competitive platform, so they adapt sort of features that sort of like fit together, if that makes sense. Like, the reason that YouTube has a really big benefit for someone like me, right, is that first of all, like, everyone in my company has a YouTube, and we're all linked together, and it's very easy for us to, if we're all on the same platform, to raid into each other, to create content together. And also, like, because I do a lot of music, right? And shorts. You know, you can't post music or shorts to Twitch, so it's not dividing my audience to post everything on YouTube. Versus, like, when, the difference is, like, on Twitch, if I was to be like, okay, now please also watch my covers and my shorts, then I'm also asking you to follow my YouTube, make a YouTube account, have my YouTube notifications on, as well as my Twitch notifications on. Yeah, if you have YouTube, you don't need Twitch, but if you have Twitch, you do need a YouTube. So it's kind of like that is kind of like a big reason as well. Especially because, like, I do membership content on YouTube, and so, like, you can't do that on Twitch. Which I wish you could, but you can't. So it's like, you can do, like, the subscribers only mode, but you can't, like, have a backlog, right? Like, VODs don't exist on Twitch, but VODs exist on YouTube. So your content is able to still be viewed and grow forever, and people can revisit a stream at any time, versus, like, having to have a separate VOD channel if you have a Twitch channel. Then, like, you have to have people, if they want to revisit your stuff, they can visit a VOD channel, but it's not connected to your main one. So it's kind of like, there are pros and cons to both platforms. I think for VTubing, especially, like, more like corporate sort of VTubing, it's very beneficial to have YouTube. And especially for someone like me, who's, like, one of my main niches is music, I think YouTube is a really big benefit for that. Like, there'd be no way for me to post covers or do any of that stuff if I didn't. So it's kind of just like figuring out what works best for you. I would consider dual streaming, but I wouldn't ever really want to fully commit to doing it. Yeah, it's crazy because I have premium, but, like, not really at the same time. Like, my premium is all, like, my premium is all more of, like, what do you call? It's like, my premium is all on my, like, friends account. So, like, I have my friends IRL have, like, a Twitch, my friends IRL all have a Twitch family plan. Sorry, Twitch, a YouTube family plan, and I'm on, like, my friend's family plan. Because, like, it's like, also, like, my friends, so we have my friend group, right? We have a YouTube family plan, and we have a Crunchyroll family plan or whatever, and we have, like, another one, and so, like, we have, like, all of us just use the same, like, a plan account with different, like, account profiles. And then we all just like have we have like a generalized price that we all like pay each other. Like our one friend who pays for all of it, she like pays the monthly subscription, and then we just like Venmo her a certain amount of money per month that is our portion of all of the subscriptions, so that we don't actually have to pay for any one subscription. Which works really well, because then like I have Crunchyroll, I have YouTube Premium, and then I like just don't have to pay, and I just pay a smaller portion every month. Which is great, because then like it's easier to watch anime when I'm not, you know, with a friend for Amazon Prime. Yeah! That's what I do. Like, well, I'm on my mom's family plan for Amazon Prime. More and more, she's become used to using Amazon. But she, like, her only actual streaming platform that my mom knows how to use and actually enjoys using is Netflix. Because when I was younger, we used Netflix for, like, back when it was a competitor to Blockbuster, right? It would deliver DVDs to your home. And she loved when they would ship DVDs to your home. I don't know if they still do that, but like she literally like hates streaming platforms using them like that. She thinks it's really hard to search for shows and to navigate. So she was a really big fan of when they would ship DVDs to your home. Because she doesn't really know how to use the other features otherwise. Is the sun setting? I think it is, right? Is the sun setting? Not setting yet. We'll set like in an hour or something. Okay, we'll hang out just here for then. We'll hang out here for like a little bit longer, and then we'll end stream, and I'll just rename this. I'm just gonna rename the stream. I just have to rename the stream. I have to walk my dog before the sun sets. But not really. I love streaming. I just love streaming. I love playing video games. My favorite thing to do is play video games. It's so fun. I play them so often. I am so passionate about gaming. Gaming is like the best thing ever. Like, why would I ever not be gaming? I love when the game has the gun, and then it goes like pew pew, and yes, it does that, and then I like run, and then there's like roar the monster, and gaming. You know when the game, and then it pew pew, and then I 360 no scope, and then I nosedive, backflip, what do you call the backflip things that they do in the video game? And then they do the monster ultimate attack. The barrel roll. I barrel roll 360 no scope into my ult, and then I took down the main guy at the tower. That's what I think Serena does in League. There's like a tower, right? And then like I think when she plays League, there's like this tower, and then there's like, and then I fought the little minion guys, and then I rode away on my little scooter, my Segway. That's what I think every time. I'm gonna be so honest with you. When I watch Serena play League and she's playing that girl, I don't remember her name, that girl that she always plays, I'm always like, that's a freaking Segway. I know it's supposed to be some sort of fucking like stage that floats, but I literally, every time I see that freaking stage thing that one girl that Serena likes, I'm always like, that's a freaking Segway. Oh yeah, Seraphine. Every time I see her play Seraphine, I'm always like, that's a freaking Segway. Yeah, it's a stage. It's supposedly like a stage. It's like a floating stage. Um, and it's like I see the floating stage, and I was like, that's just a freaking segue. She's like segueing on this field. I like don't even know what type of character I would want to play in League other than Yumi. But I don't want to play League. But if I played League, I'd want to play as Yumi. And I've been told that that's stupid, but I just like cats. It really helps her segue the conversation. Badumcha. Sound alert. Badumcha. 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 I like don't really understand the characters in League, but you know what's crazy is I watched the first season of Arcane and I just never watched the second one. It's because I was supposed to watch it with my friends, but then I was really busy, so they just watched it without me, and now I don't have any reason to watch Arcane season 2. I love Yumi because it's actually a chill and fun game and not League. I really like how she floats on a book. I think she's so cute and she's a cat, and that makes me happy. But everything else about her, like being a lead character, is not what makes me happy. Like, I don't understand the appeal of competition games where you fight other people in real time. Because I'm so busy not fighting people in real time. Like, I don't understand the appeal of that, because I think I get nervous fighting people in real time because then I have to think, and I don't like to think. I like to play games where I don't have to think. Like, when I get a puzzle in the game, I'm like, why? Put my token self-worth. Yeah, we neither. League is kind of fun when you're winning, but miserable waste of time when you're losing. You know, I just don't understand competitive gaming. I really wish I did. I wish I was a gamer a lot of the time. I get very, sometimes when I watch my gen mates play games and they're good, I'm like, I wish that was me, and I wish that I was like really skilled at gaming. Because I just think that's a really cool skill to have. Like, I've never experienced it, but I wish that was me. Because how cool is it to, like, be able to actually win? And, like, not only win, like, win good. And, like, actually be able to do things like play Valorant or Overwatch. Like, okay, the issue's been fixed. I handed a file over to somebody for a project, and they were asking me about the file, and I was like, frick, did I send you the wrong one? No, I sent the right one. They didn't see the other folder in it. People who play solo must have some sort of addiction? Probably. You know, I have a friend who plays League by themselves, like Serena, and I just don't understand that. Like, I can't play a game without friends. Unless, like I don't play these types of games without anyone, like, in chat. Like, the only game I think I've ever played without a chat is, like, when I'll just sometimes play Fear and Hunger for fun. But that's more of, like, me testing if I remember things about the game. Less whether I care if I win. Didn't like playing survival roguelikes. Yeah, Big Papa John, do you play Fear and Hunger? You should, if you like roguelikes. Do you play Fear and Hunger? I'd rather get mad at randos than friends. That's true. I just think it shouldn't matter if you lose. I don't understand why people get upset with their friends when they lose a game. It's just the game. I think maybe because I didn't grow up having a lot of friends to play games with, that I don't really understand that sort of, like, feeling or that sort of experience. Like, I don't I didn't play games. I didn't have friends to play games with, so the experience of getting angry at friends for XYZ, like, just never was, like, something I experienced. I haven't played that one. I'll look into it. It's one of my favorite games in the whole world. Is Fear and Hunger and Fear and Hunger 2, Termina. Fear and Hunger 1 is, in my opinion, harder and much more of a normal roguelike. And much more of a skill test. And Fear and Hunger 2 is more like, has more lore, more characters, and is a little bit less harder. But the vibes of both are very similar. And they're both very good games. They're like, I never played Fear and Hunger 1 on stream, actually, I realize. I've played Fear and Hunger 2 on stream. It's because Fear and Hunger 1's so much harder. And tears your... Isn't there some weird monster from that game and you're... Hear me out with... Yes, there is a freaking character, and it is the hot woman. It's Logic. Here, I'll show you Logic from Fear and Hunger, the hot one. Before you're like, that's not hot, that's like crazy, it's not. You're wrong. You're just wrong, actually. Like, comparatively to other women who are normal, like, yeah, maybe she's a little strange, but, you know, it was a hear me out stream. It wasn't a pick the prettiest girl, you know? It wasn't like pick the prettiest girl at the party. It was like pick a strange creature that you think is kind of attractive. So this is her in her like final like visual form. I'm sorry it's so low pixel. It's because the game isn't high res, okay? So this is her machine god form that you see when you like, you know, beat parts of the game. It's like part of her, okay? Move. This is her when you first enter. Is like she's in this form. This is when you first enter the fight. She looks like this. This is the first form of Logic that you will see. It's the current day Logic machine. And if you fight her long enough, you... Quite honestly, you shouldn't have to see the next form I'm gonna show you. Because you should be able to beat her when she still looks like this, okay? You should be able to beat her when she looks like this. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you get to the next form, I'm kind of concerned. The other form that she'll turn into if you take too long to beat her is she'll look like this. This is like the old-timey Logic. When she switches to her second form. Before you ask me if that's a worm, that's not. That's like a cable coming out of her chest. Okay. Very normal take, I think. Like, of course, I prefer this version of her, the one that looks more like a girl, but, you know. Seems like she makes a good point, but dumpcha. Is that spike ball a part of her? I don't ask questions. I just accept. I mean, like, obviously, I find other girls more attractive than Logic, but it was a hear me out. It's like how people were like, oh, Antilamon isn't that hot, Toka. Okay, it's not bring in, like, the most normal take ever. It's like, bring in, like, a random kind of monstrous-looking creature. Like, this was one of my hear me outs, okay? I want to know why people didn't find Antilamon hot. Okay? What's wrong with Antilamon? Quite honest. Real question. What's wrong with Antilamon? Be honest. What's wrong with her? Look at her. What is so odd? Why would anyone be like, oh, Antilamon is such a hard take? Antilamon? Come on now. Let's be honest, it's a hear me out. It's not a she's my favorite. Ain't her voice kind of goofy for her body? What? No, she sounds kind of normal. Antilamon doesn't have a weird voice. I think Trix is kind of ugly. It's a strange proportion, but I've seen crazier. It's a Digimon, bruh. It's a Digimon. Like, I'm doing a hear me out. Not like, if you want to hear my normal takes of characters I find attractive, then I would just, and then I would bring a normal take. You know, it was like people were like, Toka, what are you talking about? It's a hear me out stream. It's not like Toka's best normal takes. Like, I would never be like, oh, Antilamon's the hottest character I've ever seen in my life. Absolutely not. It's a hear me out, you know? You didn't ask me for my normal takes. You asked me for a hear me out, you know? Like if you want like a normal character that I find attractive, I'd be like, oh, Raven from Teen Titans, or like, I don't know, frickin', what's another character that I think is attractive? I think, like, I want a Toka hear me out stream. I've done a hear me out stream. I did it with Perry and Lemmy and Yui, and we all talked. Okay, everyone got on me for Antilamon and Logic, but people didn't really get on Yui for her freaking Bullet Bill, okay? People didn't really get on Yui for Bullet Bill. Look, Lopunny is obviously more attractive than Antilamon. But, like, the thing is, Lopunny's not a hear me out. She's just a sexy rabbit. Like, I think you got more questions about the wolf. It's... Look at this fucking wolf. I just want to ask you in comparison, okay? I just want your opinion in the comparison, okay? I want the opinion of comparison. Okay, what's more attractive, okay? What's more attractive? This? Ew, icky! Or this? Which is more attractive? This ugly guy or this wolf? Like, I think that this one, he's ugly and his personality in the show sucks ass. I do not like Jacob from Twilight. I think Jacob is such a bitch. He is like when he's a wolf, first of all, when he's a wolf, he can't talk. Plus sign already. Plus sign already. As a human, his eyes, he's like not a good, no offense to the actor, he's fine in other projects. I think his acting in this movie was not very good. His eyes are so unexpressive and he's not soft in the way that Jacob is in the books. Look at the wolf's expression. So much more expressive. So much more empathetic looking. Like, this wolf is so much better at being the character of Jacob than this human actor is at being the character of Jacob. Like, I don't care that this is a wolf. It's a better Jacob than this Jacob. Like, in the book, at least Jacob's kind of, you know, cool. Like, I would accept Jacob of the book much more than I would accept Jacob of the movie. Like, this wolf is such a better Jacob than this Jacob. Like, I just don't understand. The Warrior Cats character I had, I think I either had Hollyleaf or Ivypool. He knew the plot of the final movie. It broke his motivation is so funny. Like, obviously, I don't think that, like... Okay, I'll bring a different example. I'll help explain this concept more, okay? Let me grab another example. Okay, this woman. Okay? This one. Leah. Okay, Leah. Sorry, this is such a big picture. I thought that would be so much smaller. So Leah from Twilight, right? I like... Oh, I moved myself. Sorry. Let me grab her. So, Leah's wolf, I think, is uglier than the woman. But I think Leah is attractive, okay? So, I don't prefer the wolf form. But I prefer the actor. You know? Like, I don't care that much about Leah's wolf form. But I think her actor, is, like, so... attractive. I think Leah is so attractive. And so it's like... I don't actually think that Jacob the wolf is hotter than Jacob the character, but I think that I like the character of Jacob as a wolf more than I like the character of Jacob as the actual human who acts as him. You know? But if we're gonna be like... she prefers human woman form and then literally... animals over males is so crazy. That's not true for every character, but like Jacob's character really pissed me off. Like oh my god, like I love Holly Leaf. She's hot. She's a hot character. She's so angsty. She's so angsty. Holly Leaf? The character? Ooh. What a top tier character. Angsty. Dark, horrible, tragic backstory. Oh, the swan. Oh, Serena the Swan? Did I have Serena the Swan? From Trumpet of the Swan? Okay, guys. Look, Serena was drawn to be attractive to the human eye. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It was like, you know when they draw like animals like Kovu? And they're like trying to like attract people to a character that's an animal? Like that is literally what they were doing with Serena. And I know they were. It's the same with Gloria and Happy Feet. Like they drew them to make them attractive. Look. Like you can tell they were literally drawing her to be more feminine looking and more attractive than the other female swans in the shot. Yeah, Kovu is really attractive. But they drew him to be attractive. Like they didn't draw him to look like a lion. Yeah, the male animal versus the female animal is so real. Like... where is it? Like, it's literally like... like, they were specifically trying to make them look attractive. It's not like they weren't trying. Like, look at this. Look at Kovu from The Lion King. Be honest now. They were trying to make him attractive, dark, and mysterious. This lion... they were trying to do something, okay? And they were successful. Look at Kovu. Come on now, let's be honest. Look at this guy. I know, right? Why is he giving bedroom eyes? Why does he look like that? I can't explain it to you, but he does look like that. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, I don't go for the animals when I look at a TV show, you know? But it's just like, some of them, they draw them to look like that, you know? Like, if you want to hear, like, an actual, like, actor that I think is really hot as a certain character, I would be like, this one here. I'll show you a normal take. A human normal take that I would give if someone just asked me for a character I found really attractive. Like, I find... what is her actor name? What's her character name? What's her actual character? Oh, here. Okay. This character from A Simple Favor. Okay. I don't think I've ever talked about A Simple Favor. But, like... it's one of the movies that I really like. I think it's very funny. One day we'll probably watch it. I think it's actually a really funny movie. I didn't laugh, but I found it funny. Like, I was amused. The book is actually really good. I just started reading the book. But, okay. Blake Lively's character in this movie is very attractive. Like, this is conventionally attractive. I wouldn't call this a hear me out. Her character is very attractive, okay? Like, I find that attractive. Like, if you were to just say, oh, what's an attractive character? This character I would find attractive, okay? Like, okay, and then, like, okay, here. For, like, a male character I find attractive, who's not a hear me out, if you were ever to be like, oh, Toka, what's an attractive character to you that's a guy? Okay, I'll show you then. And I have a very normal take that I think is not, I don't think it's a hear me out, so I would never just say this in a hear me out conversation. It's like this character. Can I, like, not make a compilation of him the way that they do with Blake Lively's? Well, I don't have to go through these photos to find the right picture to, like, put that I think is, like, a good example. Why are, like, these collages bad? Fine, I'll just use this picture because I like this hairstyle he has. This one's pretty good too. It's a pretty nice photo. Where's him with the longer hair? I like him. I prefer the longer hair. I think longer hair on men is really attractive. Like, a good middle length hair is always good. This is an attractive male character to me. Dr. Spencer Reid from Criminal Minds. Dr. Spencer Reid was like one of my first TV crushes. I've always found this Dr. Spencer Reid character very attractive. He is very empathetic. He is emotionally available. He is open to learning. He's very intelligent. Because he's not a doctor, actually. He's doctor in the way of, like, he has, like, a doctorate's degree, not like an actual medical doctor. He's a detective. he's a detective with the criminal justice unit. He's from a cop show. He's from Criminal Minds, the TV show. Like, I find him very attractive. I find Belle Crenell very attractive. I think Belle Crenell is a very attractive character. Where is he? He's from an anime. Look, finally, I'm showing you an anime character I find attractive. I think Belle is really attractive. He's like a really cute, white rabbity sort of looking guy, and he's got a really good personality. I love Belle's personality. I think he's, like, such a sweetie. What a sweet guy. I just like emotionally available, kind-spirited guys. I, like, don't understand, like... Or, like, I thought Rio when I was a kid was very attractive. Not anymore, because I'm an adult, but as a kid, I thought Rio was, like, extremely attractive. I thought, like, what is, like, the name of that character? I just prefer, like, I don't like very sculpted men. I'm not like like Tenma from FaZe. One of, like, the funniest bits that she always has is, like, the one with how she really likes muscular men. I don't like muscular men. I like what do you call my friend always makes fun of me for it when I always, like, prefer the characters that are very like lanky, tall, smart boys. I like boys that actually read books, not like that one guy that I saw at the beach who was, like, fake reading. I still can't get over the time that, like, I went to the beach and like a guy was, like, fake reading to try to get women attention, and I was like, this is so stupid. Like, I hate people like that. Just read a fucking book. Like, no offense, read a fucking book. I can't over like guys who like performatively pretend that they're reading. I like don't understand. Just read a book and maybe a girl will like you. Stop pretending to read on the beach. Just read on the beach. Maybe someone will actually talk to you. Like, don't performatively read with your shirt off. Oh my goodness. I don't understand that behavior. Like, maybe if you were actually cool, people would like you. I think a guy is cool when he can read. If you have to trick women to like you, they don't actually like you. That's so true. And visual driving. I just don't understand it. What are you doing? Like, get it together. Oh, you know, a really attractive guy that I also like is I think Rentaro from 100 Girlfriends is really cute. Rentaro is very cute. What's the other? Oh, I like them. Oh my god. You know though, I will say, I mean, like, I just think he's attractive personality-wise. And like kind of mysterious, but like obviously he's like a character who's younger than me, so I can't really like him. But I think like if I was in high school, I think that Aqua from Oshinoko would have been my type. But you know who's also my type is Akane. I think they're both very attractive characters. I like how smart he is. He's so contemplative and smart. I like smart characters. I think I like people who are intelligent. Intelligence is really cool, actually. Intelligence is probably the most attractive trait about anyone I've ever seen as a character. I tend to like intelligent people who read. Intelligence is attractive. Like, I just don't understand. Like, I guess I really am that type of really mean girl who's like, I hate the clown character who can't be smart. Is the guy being younger than you an automatic X in the box? Well, it depends on how much younger. I think legal is really important. I'm not like Ruby from Did you guys actually watch Oshinoko? It was so crazy. There's this scene at like in the final like episode or whatever of the season, Ruby is literally like, she's like, Akane, how big of an age difference would you see is something that's like too far? And Akane was like, maybe like 5 to 6 years, and like Ruby's out here like, maybe even more than 10 years is okay. I was like, bro, hello? She killed me. Like, what are you talking about? I can't. This girl, Ruby, is so freaking crazy. She's like still lusting after like the doctor, and she's like, oh yeah, like, cause by that time, you know, Goro's character would have been like, I don't know, he was like in his mid-20s and she was in middle school, okay? Like when they met as she was a doctor, you know? She was like 12. And then like the doctor was like a full-on doctor. Like he had to have been like 30 or something. And she's out here like, this girl out here like, oh yeah, like, and then now she's like now she's a high schooler. He would have been in his like 40s. She's like, oh yeah, don't worry, sensei, I'm 17 now. Literally? I can't. She kills me. That's a whole ass father, girl! What are you talking about? That's a whole ass father! You're not even 18! She's like, more than 10 years is totally fine. Queen, get it together! I would slap that girl in the face. Get it together! I've only watched the first episode. It's not the doctor, the only one who really gave her attention. It is! And she's mentally ill. She has a problem. Like, I've read the manga. Okay, so I really like the anime. So I read the manga. And all I can say is she needs so much therapy. And I don't know if she's ever gonna get it. It's crazy. Like, that girl, I don't think I could be Ruby's friend. I think I could be Aqua's friend. I don't think I could be Ruby's friend. I think if I ever met, like, a girl like Akane, we would have been actually really good friends, actually, though. We love mentally ill women that are of age. Yeah, that's true. We love mentally ill women that are of age. it's hard to like have a waifu because it's like they're all most anime characters are not old enough. After School Love, one author wrote Dumpster Fire. Just in quality ramen. I mean, there's a lot of really good and really bad trashy anime mangas. Like, let's see. Also, like, I mean, it's like how like some of my favorite characters, all of them are like almost all of my favorite characters are like high schoolers. So I just like them as like characters. I don't like lust after them. Like one of my favorite characters in the whole world, currently, is like I really like I really like wow, I really was talking about Inuyasha today because I don't know why I wanted to say Kagome, but I don't like Kagome really. But I really like freaking Kagami from Miraculous Ladybug. I haven't thought about the name Kagome in so many years. But we did talk about Inuyasha today, so it makes sense that I would think about Kagome. But I really like Kagami from Miraculous Ladybug. She's one of my favorite characters. I think she's a phenomenal character. She's very relatable. People say they like Manhera until they see it for real. Actually, that's so true. Look, I have met and had so many actual like full-on Manhera sort of friends growing up because I was in the arts. So I had like there's a lot of mentally ill people in the arts. I used to be a Manhera. I went to therapy and I stopped being a Manhera. I used to be, but I am no longer a Manhera. But like I have met so many people who are very deeply mentally like a Manhera sort of character, and it in an anime it's fine. In real life, it's so stressful. It's so hard to deal with. Like, I've had so many friends where it's like, they're like, it's like every move you make is like, you have to cater it to them so they don't have like a deeply unsettling crash out. And it's like, that's so stressful. It takes so much energy. And of course you love them and you care about them, so you're gonna behave in a way. Well, I guess I was unhealthy back then, so I was willing to like not have boundaries. I think boundaries are really important. I think if you have to end up catering everything to make sure someone is okay, I wouldn't say that that's a great friend unless they're also doing that for you. But like, I didn't have boundaries when I was younger, so like I had a lot of friends who were in that behavior sense, you know, where it's like everything you have to say is catered to make sure that they as characters. You know? Like I think that's why people like Manheta characters, is they it's a very interesting character trait to explore in a TV show, in a safe environment, which is a TV show. But I don't think anyone actually is like, that's hot. I mean, I'm sure there are people who think it's hot, but I don't think it is. It's hot in fiction. You wouldn't actually, I mean, I guess some people would find it attractive, but I don't think it's actually that attractive to have a girl want to actively control aspects of you in order to have her experience be better. You know? Like, do you actually want a girl who gets upset with you for talking to a waitress because you were looking at her and like you were just trying to order your coffee, but to her, like a whole narrative just happened in her head, and now you have to explain to her why you were just trying to order coffee, but she read it as you trying to cheat on her. Like, do you really want to have to do that every day? Like, multiple times a day? Like that's why every time someone's like, oh yeah, Ashley from the, that one show, that was the game that we were playing, the Coffee Name Annie and Lele, they're like, oh yeah, Ashley's like really hot. I'm like, okay, but is she? Because she acts like him talking to like any woman is like an insane threat to her. Like, I was friends with a girl in college who was very mentally unwell, and I was like one of her only friends, and it was really hard. I also had someone like that in high school, where like, there was like a girl that I was friends with in high school, and I was only friends with. I had a problem. I had no boundaries, and had a problem. I had a savior complex when I was younger, but like, I noticed that she didn't have a lot of friends, and we were in the same department, so I was like, oh, I should befriend her because, you know, I would have hated if like, if I like didn't have any friends and no one really wanted to take the chance to talk to me. So I talked to her, you know, and I kind of became friends with her. But I wasn't a close friend to her in my head. But to her, I was like her best friend. And it got really toxic because it would start to get to like her being like, Toka, I noticed like I waved to you today and you didn't wave back to me. Like, why do you hate me? And I'd be like, I didn't see you. There was like a bunch of people in the courtyard. And like, I apologize that I didn't. I hope that you had a great day. And like, she'd get real upset. Or like, I would talk to my closer friends, you know, because they were like my close friends. And she'd be like, why didn't you come up to talk to me today? You know, sort of vibe. And then like, she'd be like, oh, you know, Toka, I hate myself because you won't XYZ, or like, Toka, like, XYZ, like, goodbye, and like, you know, you have to call them and talk them down and cater to their feelings and try to like make sure that they feel okay because they're reading every situation like in this really intense way when like you really are just trying to live your life. And so it's like, I think people like find that sort of like, I hope she's fine as well. We stopped talking when I graduated because she tried to talk to me when I was in college, and I was like, I don't have time for this anymore. I don't live there anymore. I just can't. I have a life. But you know, like, I've had several friends like that in my life, and every single time, all I can think to myself is, like, I don't know how people can romanticize that sort of behavior because it's really exhausting. And I don't think that it's healthy to do that. Like, people like that sort of need to, like, go to therapy, and if they can't, you know, that's unfortunate, but your job in life isn't to save people from a mental crisis. Like, I had a friend who was very similar in that way, and she was so, like, obsessed, in like a weird way with like how I treated her as a friend, that like I made other friends and she got real bent up about it, and like she like elbowed me in the hallway a couple of times and like hit me in the head during rehearsal and played it off as like a mistake. Like, and like it was like her trying to get back at me for having other friends, and I was still hanging out with her, and like she started like really trying to manipulate me to like be like the type of friend that she really wanted, and I really like couldn't be that way. And so like I would get really scared of her to the point where like I would like see her walking, because we lived on the same floor in my college dorm, which was really stressful. So like I would like hide behind vending machines and around corners and try to like hide from her, because she was just really ill. And you know, now she's healthier and happier, and I'm really happy for her. But like, you know, there is a line, I think, where you have to learn to like be able to set a boundary and decide that you don't need to take care of people who don't treat you kindly. You know? Because, like, when I was younger, I would have never set that boundary. And I didn't set a boundary. I just kind of, like, it got to a point where I had to literally be like, I cannot, like, I'm still willing to be friends with you, but I just, like, I can't. And so, like, I had to, like, and the way I ended up setting a boundary, honestly, was, like, talking to my teachers and getting her class. Like, she got put into a different class from me, so we wouldn't have to interact. And I moved off of campus, so I wouldn't have to be near her. Because, like, I just didn't know what to do at a certain point. Like, I was, like, going to her room and taking care of her and, like, trying to make her feel better when she was just manipulating me and hurting me. So it was, like, I don't really know what to do. Like, I'll just ask the teachers to separate us and just tell her, you know, like, I'll try to be your friend, but I really can't dedicate my life to you in this way. Because we weren't dating or anything, so I don't know, like, I don't know what the expectation was. I was like, I can try my best to be as kind as possible, but I really can't, like, fix you. It's why I think, like, people think they think they want that, you know, they think they want, like, this obsessive girl who's going to, like, beg them to pay attention to them, beg them, like, they want them so badly that they would be at the brink to hurt or kill other people or hurt themselves, you know? But then, like, you experience that, and it's like, like, I didn't even experience it romantically, I just experienced it platonically, and still, I'm like, I think that's a lot. I think that's a lot. I think that's really hard. Actually, I don't really think you want that. I think you'd probably just think that you want that because it seems really cool in a show where you have no stakes because it's not your life. You know? In a show where it's not, like, it's so low stakes. Because it's not about you. It's a TV show. So, of course, it seems more attractive because it's nothing, it doesn't affect you. But then I think in real life, it's, like, crazy. Thank you, my clarity. You know, just take care of yourself. I think, like, it's important to consider that when you think about it. You know, it's like, I think that's why, like, it's interesting to me that, like, people find those characters very attractive, because to me, it's like, that's a lot. Like, that's why a lot of the girls that I like in anime and stuff, they're all very, like, I like a lot of girls that are very hard working and serious types, or very bookish, cute girls. You know? Like, I like when they care, like, enough, like, as, like, just general care. But that's kind of, like, the boundary for me with the characters that I like. I've never been into, like, yanderes. But I like, the general, like, sort of metaphorical mental illness. Like, I like metaphorical ways, like Manhattan Cafe. I don't, like, not in, like, a romantic way, but, like, as a character that I like. Like, I think she's, like, really cool. Like, and I think the metaphor for her with, like, seeing the shadow as, like, a friend, but also as, like, a goal to reach up to, I think that's really cool. Who's Yuno Gasai? The only Yuno I know is a VTuber. Oh my god, this girl? This fucking girl? From, like, the Superpower Death Game anime? You guys are so funny. If you're not into yanderes, it's because you are one. I'm not a yandere. Am I a yandere? Like a girl, you know, a girl I really like in anime is and why one of the reasons I named myself Tokaku is that I really like a character named Tokaku. From this anime called Akuma no Riddle, which you should totally watch, honestly. I think she's cool. A big like for that character. You should read it. It's a Yuri. Or watch it. The anime's pretty good. Honestly, I should just do a watch along of it one day. It's a really good anime. And of course it's a Yuri, because Yuri is honestly the peak of existence. It's because I don't really, like, I don't really watch normal animes. I watch, like, Yuri's, and then I'll watch, like, maybe a popular anime of the season sometimes. Like, I'll watch, like, I like romantic harem animes sometimes. I like slice of life. I like Yuri. I do like villainous animes. Yeah, it's an assassination classroom sort of anime. Yeah, but then the one girl decided to defend her. Yeah, and the girl who decided to defend her is Tokaku. Yeah. A feared family of skilled assassins. But she's like... She cares. And like, she can't kill. Is like a thing about her characters. That she's like... She's from a skilled family of assassins, but her problem is that she's never killed. I really like, the anime. But like, I think like, I really like kudere characters. I also like, I guess I don't know if I like tsundere characters as much, but I like them as well. Yeah! Haru is really cute. Haru is also my type. A really cute girl who, like, really likes peace and wants, like, a happier life. You know? Plus, they're really cute together. And it's like a Yuri, but also not a Yuri, because it's, like, coded. But also, it is actually a Yuri. So, it's kind of one of those animes where you're like, it's not like Yuri if you squint, but it is also like they don't like make out or anything though. It's not like they don't. It's not like it's like it's like a Yuri. Like they're shipped together. Like each girl has like a girl they're paired with, but also they don't kiss. Not really, but they hold hands. So it's. I mean, holding hands in a Yuri honestly is more serious than kissing. It is an action Yuri because it is a Yuri, but it's not like they're making out or anything. You know? It's like Review Starlight. It's Yuri, but they're not making out. Some Yuri animes have good plot. They do! I mean, Review Starlight and Akuma no Riddle and like a lot of, I mean, I consider a lot of animes that are not actually Yuri, but it's like one of those things, you know? And I mean, honestly, sometimes animes and TV shows that are not gay have better Yuri than actual Yuris. It depends. It's cause like, I think sometimes like, you know, like some people will say that like shipping stuff is like kind of ludicrous because how would you ship two characters together that are not together, especially when it's not written that way? But in my opinion, sometimes the ship that you come up with has better written chemistry than the actual main ship of the series, which is kind of like how I feel about certain shows. Like I think it's because sometimes when writers try to write a relationship, they don't realize that like they're missing the base of the relationship, which is like a genuine friendship. And so they write a better ship unintentionally because they aren't like they're not considering the what they actually need, you know? Which is the friendship. Because I think the best relationships in media are ones that start from a friendship that becomes a relationship. But I feel like they often forget that. And so I end up shipping friends together instead of like the actual relationship they want me to support, because they don't actually create a deep friendship for the actual relationship, you know? Yeah, and then the dating ones have no friendship. The only thing that they have is that they're supposed to be romantic interests. And I'm like, so how am I supposed to care about them again? Like, actually? How am I supposed to care about them being an item if they don't have chemistry other than the fact that we know that they're supposed to date and that they kiss? Like, is there anything else to that relationship? Yeah, they also write, like, wrong pairings, quote unquote, or like, just so they can, like, bicker. I just don't really understand that. It's what I really think went wrong when they, were trying to you know, if you watched Buffy, there's like in the final season, after, you know, the whole thing with Willow's first relationship, when she gets with like Kennedy, like, or not Kennedy, is her name Kennedy? I don't like her character, so I literally don't remember her name. I really don't like her. Oh yeah, it's Kennedy. So like, in the spoiler warning, I guess, but Buffy's really old, so if you haven't watched it, I really can't like help you. But but like in the final season of Buffy, right? So like Willow gets back. Oh, Willow finally gets a new girlfriend, okay? And she gets with this girl named Kennedy, and like I just like, it really pissed me off. It like actively pissed me off. If you don't know the plot of Buffy, actually at this point, if you don't know the plot of Buffy, that's your fault. Like, so Willow's girlfriend, her actual like girlfriend from earlier in the seasons, you know, her girlfriend dies in a really dramatic way, and it's like horrible, and it like it created a really great finale for that season. You know, it created a great finale. It was so, the writing was so good and the acting was so phenomenal. But the death, and the way that the death happened, honestly, was like one of the first of its kind, really, for like how she just died. And it was like crazy. Like, I didn't watch it when it was coming out because I was too young to watch Buffy, honestly. But like, when I did discover Buffy later on, like when I watched it for the first time, I like cried. I like couldn't believe it was happening. And the thing was, I knew it was gonna happen because it was all over like Tumblr and stuff. Okay, but like it happened and I started crying because I like couldn't believe that that's how they took the character out. I was like, there's no way that that's how she's dying. Like, out of everything that they've been through together, after everything that like, all of the challenges that they face together, with how strong both of them are, she just dies. And it's not to a big bad, really, and it's not to like a character that we really care about, like a really big villain. She just gets taken out by mistake, honestly. And it's like this deafening moment. I think that's one of the reasons why I love Buffy the Vampire so much, is the writing is so smart. Like, they're really good at like creating moments that don't happen and still to this day don't normally happen in other shows, that just work because of how the writing is in the show. I think that was really, that's part of why I really like Teen Titans too, is I feel like Teen Titans also really like tackled topics that are hard to attack in like children's school, you know? Like children age media, and it's very mature for what it is. And in Buffy, like, it wasn't children's media, it was like a teens / adults, but still more of a teen show. But the writing was so like good. And when she died, I was shocked. And then I just thought in my head, I was like, there's no way Willow will ever get with another person, like, especially not. And then like without having like a whole arc about getting used to it. And then they brought in Kennedy, and I was like, oh, they don't know what to do. And so this is like, it was like the first time I was like, this is actually pretty bad writing. It was the final season. I think they were trying to figure out a way that they could close the arc, I'll be honest. They were really trying to close this arc and they didn't know what to do. And like, they like just like, Kennedy is not someone that I like. They didn't write her as a good character. They just kind of wrote her in as a character that Willow would date. And I was like, this is so stupid, because it wasn't like the way that like, and I guess maybe that's why it was better that like why Tara and Willow went so well together was because Tara and Willow were meant to just be friends. Like, they were written, she was written in to originally just be Willow's best friend who was a witch. And then the actors had so much chemistry that they decided to write them to have a romantic interest in each other. And I think that that was really phenomenal writing. To see that they started to write the characters to have a good relationship. The relationship worked so well that they had to write it into a romantic relationship. Like that flexibility with writing, I think is really important. And I think a lot of shows nowadays should like adopt that, if that makes sense. Like I like there's no reason not to. Like there are certain shows where they write like, and I get like maybe they're just like, oh, I don't want to write Yuri, like that's fine, I guess. But it's like, if you end up writing a relationship without meaning to, and the relationship works really well within the plot, it works really well for the characters, the actors have phenomenal chemistry, I think changing the love interest shouldn't be an issue. Unless the network won't do it. But like if the only reason that you're not creating organic relationships in a story is because you already started writing one romantic interest, and like the romantic interest isn't even working out, I just don't understand. Like, I think it's better to adapt to the actors and the story that you are writing than to force something because you started writing it and you don't want to let it go. It's like my personal take on writing. Like, obviously you shouldn't cater to what the fans want, but if your actors and the story starts to write itself, forcing it to what you originally thought is just more like holding on to like your baby, like cradling the baby that you wanted to create originally, than changing it organically to fit what it's becoming. And I think it shows in TV and like anime when that happens, and I think it's stupid to hold on to that. Like, you have to end up being able to kill your darlings and kill the plot lines that don't work out, because otherwise you're writing a show that really is just being forced into a box. And one of my big things I also really hate is like in TV shows when it's pretty obvious that like the relationship you're writing is not working, and the actors like don't even really have that much chemistry, and then they're like, but no, they're together. I'm like, okay, but like they don't even have to date. Like, no one said every TV show has to have romance in it. Like, I don't even care if the characters I ship get together, but if the character that I'm watching and think is like my favorite character is like forced into dating, forced into like these relationships that are just taking up the plot, and it's obviously like not even like furthering the story, and it's bad, and it's like why am I watching it? It's like, why are you doing that? Just stop having a relationship. It doesn't have to have a relationship. Like, not every character has to be dating. Like, not everyone dates. It's like, just doesn't make sense to like waste time on it, honestly, sometimes. Like, I just don't see the real like point in forcing that sort of stuff. And then there are like shows where like they just end the show with like a relationship where I'm like, did this actually happen? Yeah, I would much rather watch a solid friendship than a forced relationship, and I don't know why that's so hard. Like, so I don't know if any of you have watched the show. I watched it with my mom when I was growing up. There's this show called How I Met Your Mother. Like, How I Met Your Mother, oh my god. Just, I can't. Like, How I Met Your Mother, the way it ended, I wanted to rip my hair out. Because the thing is, like, they hit this climax, right? If you haven't watched it and I ruined the ending for you, obviously stop watching it, because I don't want you to ruin the ending for yourself if you care. But it's old, so I assume that you're not gonna watch it. But like, so the whole point of the show, right, is that Ted is looking for this girl with the yellow umbrella that he like fell in love with, but he doesn't know who she is. But he's been like searching for this girl with the yellow umbrella, okay? and he's telling the story to his kids of how he met his wife. Okay, right? And in the beginning, he's dating this girl named Robin. They're like, they meet. He thinks he's in love with her. They try dating. They break up. They don't work out. And he dates many different girls during the series. He's like, it's not like he only dates Robin. He dates Robin. He dates other girls. He breaks up with all of them. They have on and offs. Robin ends up marrying Barney, and honestly, I liked that relationship more than I liked Robin with Ted, but that doesn't matter. And like, in the final season, there becomes a time when he actually meets the girl who had the yellow umbrella. And they are perfect together. They fall in love. They have a really good relationship. And we only get to see it for a couple of episodes because guess what? She fucking dies. Phenomenal writing, I know. But the mom from How I Met Your Mother ends up dying. And then, like, after that, in the end, he gets back with Robin. So it's like, oh yeah, and that's How I Met Your Mother. And he was telling the story of how he met the mom that they had that died. And then at the end, they're like, oh, Dad, like, but are you gonna get, like, is Robin gonna be like our new mom now or whatever? Like, we know you like Robin, like, and then he gets back together with Robin. And I just thought that it was the most bullshit ending I've ever seen in my life. I invested several years of my life of this goddamn long ass show for him to get with the first girl that he ever got with. Like, there was so much of that show that was just showing that, like, him and Robin weren't compatible. Like, they fought so often. They weren't that great together. I don't know why they decided to kill off the original mom. Like, they should have just ended the show with, we met this person in the final season. It's the girl that he was meant to be with. And this is how he met your mother. And, like, and the mom is alive or some shit. Like, I don't understand why they killed her. I mean, they could have even just killed her and he's, like, never getting, like, he just is reminiscing of this time with his friends. And then, like, they go and have, like, a family dinner with everyone. I don't know why he had to get back with Robin. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And, like, it was like, what did I watch the show for? And, like, it's shows like that where I'm like, why are we forcing this? Like, you obviously came up with this plot like 20,000 years ago and then, like, abandoned it, and then you were like, honestly, we should keep it, and honestly, you shouldn't have kept it. Like, kill your darlings, this relationship is horrible. They were never really even that happy when they were dating, and that's, like, a huge problem I had with it, was, like, they didn't have a great chemistry together. As, like, they didn't have good chemistry, their characters didn't work together. I was always like, why are they dating? Why is this happening? Like, this isn't, like, a good relationship. Like, we saw a good relationship. Like, Ted's friend, I forget, him and Willow from Buffy the Vampire Slayer together. Like, they were a good relationship. They were a healthy married couple. And I never understood, like, the wanting to force another couple that would last other than the mom, right? Because we already had the couple of the show, and we had Barney, and he was like the player, and, like, yeah, he gets with Robin, and honestly I thought that was pretty good because they were so free together. But it felt like every time Robin dated Ted, it was like she was being held down by this guy, and, like, they didn't know how to support each other in a healthy way, and we never got to even see them support each other in a healthy way. And then they just get together at the end, and you're like, why is this happening? But it's just one of those things where, like, it reminds me of, like, how sometimes people just write themselves into, like, the worst corner ever and they end the show and it's like, oh, okay. Sure. I guess that's what we're doing today, aren't we? You know? It's one of those things. Like, because some shows, even bad ones, have phenomenal endings. It's kind of like, in Oshinoko, and, like, Kana saves that show that's, like, a poor adaptation of the original manga by, like, creating a great final episode. Like, some shows have a phenomenal ending that saves the show, and some shows have a just the worst fucking ending, and it destroys the entire show. Like, I loved watching How I Met Your Mother, but I would genuinely tell people to not waste their time watching that show because the ending sucks. Like, just don't even watch it. The ending is bad. Like, you won't be happy if you watch the ending. It's why I haven't revisited the show, even though I loved it. Like, that show was like so many hours of my mom and I bonding as a kid, but it's like I would never revisit it because the ending is absolute trash. I would never want to see it again. It just destroyed the show. I was like, okay. So it's just what it is, I guess. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers, I guess. It's why, like, some... Which show? It's How I Met Your Mother. It's like this old comedy from... I forget which channel it was on. I know I watched it mostly on Netflix, though. So many shows just absolutely bomb the ending. It's crazy. It is crazy. You know? You know what's interesting, actually, is I did watch the finale for Supergirl. Regardless of the fact that I haven't watched the whole show. I watched the finale. And I've watched a lot of clips. And I'll be honest with you about the finale. What I think is very interesting about the Supergirl finale is I think all of the scenes in the finale, except for the final couple of scenes, are bad. Like, the final fight was really bad. And I was really worried that the final fight was going to be the decisive thing of whether the ending of the show was good. And then, the actual, like, ending scene, so, like, the marriage scene at the end of Supergirl, was actually really good. Like, there's, like, a marriage and then, like, a, like, sort of epilogue-ish sort of scene. And those scenes are really good. And I think if they hadn't added those scenes and it was just the final fight and, like, the ending, it would have been a horrible end to the show. But that like final scene of like the ending where it's like it's just to watch the show and find out how they got there. I mean, if you like superhero shows, I recommend Supergirl. The first season's kind of meh, but everything after that's pretty good from what I've read. I've watched all the clips. I think the acting is pretty good. The writing... Okay, there's like one season that I actually think... I've watched a lot of clips from this one season, and I actually think the season's actually pretty good. I would watch the one season and not even the rest. What season is it? It's like a really good... The villain of that season, I think, is actually pretty cool. It's season... Season 4. Season 4 is, like, really good. From what I've seen of clips and what I've read, I would say season 4 is really good. The first season's pretty meh, but I think a lot of long-running TV shows, the first season's just okay, but it takes, like, getting through the first season to get to writing better, I think, is how I feel about a lot of shows, especially superhero shows. But, like, it's a definitely, once you get to season 4 of Supergirl, that's, like, when you're like, oh, yeah, this is a DC show. I feel like there's, like, a certain, like, sort of plot points that they hit in the DC, where I'm like, yeah, that's a DC plot line. Like, it's very DC. If you like DC, I'd be like, that's very DC. I know, I mean, I wouldn't even watch the first season. I would start from the second to third season. I'll be honest with you. I genuinely tend to skip the first season of most long-running shows that I watch, and I watch the first season after watching different seasons. And you might be like, but that ruins the plot. Okay, I need to care about the characters first, and normally the first season does not make me give a shit about the characters. I watched Miraculous Ladybug from season 2, and then I watched the rest of Miraculous Ladybug, and I went back to watch season 1 after I finished the entire series. Like, and I've done that for multiple different things that I watch. Stargirl, is that the romantic show? Isn't that like a movie, like a book? Oh no, that's not. I did not watch Stargirl. I was like thinking about, isn't there a book called Stargirl? Oh, there is. There's also a book called Stargirl. Did Stargirl come out after I stopped watching TV? I did. It came out way after I stopped watching TV. No, I haven't. I don't watch TV that much anymore. A lot of the shows that I talk about are shows I watched when I was actually watching television. Like Lost Girl. Honestly, if you like buddy cop, supernatural, I would watch Lost Girl over like something like Supergirl. If you want like fantasy, fighting crime, mystery solving with like Yuri and normal relationships, and like you like lore, like deep lore, I would watch Lost Girl. It's like this old Canadian supernatural buddy cop crime episodic sort of show. I know a lot of like very obscure TV shows. Like, which is like why like sometimes I bring up stuff and people will be like, what are you talking about? Like, there's this old Australian show. Wait. Well, I mean, it's like how like I like remember like vividly a bunch about I very vividly remember a lot about the frickin' I know a lot about this this TV show called like what is it? Oh, this old TV show called Todd and the Book of Pure Evil. I very vividly remember watching Todd and the Book of Pure Evil, which was a very adult show for someone like me to watch. Like, I normally wouldn't watch something like that, but I watched it because I was a kid. And like, it's a very obscure show that not a lot of people like really know that much about. But I found out about it from Tumblr, and I watched that show. And then like, there's Lost Girl. There's this obscure show called Trapped, which was an Australian television show that I used to watch a lot. I don't even remember how I got into it. And then like, I just would watch these like random shit on my like old Mac. Cause I used to love TV. Oh my god, Crypto the Super Dog! Crypto the Super Dog! Crypto up and away! I love just Crypto the Super Dog. Yeah, I mean, I watched Naruto growing up. I actually watched the entire like original Naruto series. I also watched a lot of Bleach. I watched some more shonens when I was like a kid. Now I only watch like romantic stuff. When I wasn't really into romantic sort of like harem-y animes as a kid. But like as an adult I find them more interesting and I like slice of life. But as a kid I was watching a lot of shonens. Like, I went from watching, like, shoujo, magical girl, to, like, shonen, Naruto, Bleach, fighting animes, and then I went back to watching, like, Yuri, and then now it's now, and I watch, like, comedies and slice of life Yuri. To Todd and the Book of Pure Evil? No. I didn't watch the 2017 animated conclusion to Todd and the Book of Pure Evil. I didn't even know that they did an animated conclusion. I didn't think the show was popular enough to create an animated conclusion. I'll be honest with you. The show was not popular in America, from what I knew. I didn't think they would ever want to create a conclusion to that show. That show was very adult. Yeah, I was like, cause like even watching it in America, I had to watch it completely legally. I had to watch it completely legally, and it was kind of hard to find. Completely legally. it was very hard to find this very completely legal show that I was watching. But, you know, it was also hard to completely legally watch Lost Girl, but I certainly did. You know, there are some shows nowadays that I try to watch completely legally that are so much harder for me to find now than I feel like it was when I was a kid. Like, it's so hard for me to watch, if I want to, like, revisit nostalgically an episode of Kimba the White Lion, it's so much harder to find a good episode of it compared to, like, when I was younger. And, like, it's fine, you know, like, I could watch it whenever I want if I was at home with my mom because I actually had the box set. Lost Girl here in Canada was on TV. See, we didn't have Lost Girl on the TV when I was growing up. It was just like, I have to find it very legally on the internet. It was a good show. I really liked it. And, like, there were a lot of shows like that I had to kind of hunt them down. Nowadays, I have to hunt them down even more. I tried to watch Lost Girl recently with, like, a couple of my friends, and it was so hard for me to find it legally online. No, the TV show. I was obsessed with the TV show of Kimba the White Lion as a kid. I loved it so much. It was like my favorite TV childhood movie, sort of like, not movie, TV show. So much so that my parents bought me the box set for Christmas one year. Because I only had, originally I only had one DVD with like a couple of episodes that we got from this, like, TV sale. And it was like 6 episodes. And I watched those 6 episodes so often that my dad went on eBay to buy the box set so that I could just watch the rest of the series, because there was no way for us to it wasn't on TV, so we couldn't just, like, watch it. We had to either buy VHSs or something like that. And so when my dad saw on eBay that there was a whole box set, he bought me the whole box set so I could actually watch the whole show. So I watched it so much. I also watched, I have a couple of box sets because my parents, if I was watching a show enough, they would just buy it for me so we could just have it in the house. So, like, that's what happened with, it happened with Teen Titans, it happened with the Powerpuff Girls, with Kimba the White Lion, and, with, the Avatar series, because I loved the Avatar growing up as well. But I watched Kimba and Teen Titans a lot. Like, enough to where, like, I even considered bringing them with me to college, but I was like, nah, I don't really need... Like, I'm not gonna have a DVD player, so it's not really gonna matter. I also have, like, another DVD I bought when actually, I think it's, like, the only DVD I bought when I was in college was the DVD recording of Company, which is one of my favorite musicals, because I was like, well, like, I guess I should I was like, I guess I should just have it, because I like watching it sometimes, and it's there was, like, someone who had it on YouTube and then they took it down and I couldn't find it anywhere, so I bought the DVD. It's the Raul Esparza performance of Company. Honestly, one day I might, like, just buy the DVD of the performance of Passion that I really like as well, because it's on YouTube right now. It's been on YouTube for a really long time, but I'm really worried one day they're gonna take it down. And I think the performance done by the woman who plays Fosca in that performance is, like, so phenomenal that I would be really sad if I lost access to it. Box set was great. No commercials. Watch episodes in any order. It's true! Plus, it's like... I just think some shows are just so heartfelt. And that's what I really like about those ones. Have a good night, Darner! I love, like, a heartfelt show, you know? Especially ones that have good messages. Like, I don't like... I'm not, like, a big horror or thriller person. But I think, like, I think is, like, I stopped caring about whether it was cool that I liked certain shows or not, and so I just really like the shows that I like. And I don't really know how to explain what types of shows I like. I just like certain ones, and they fill up all of my mind space, and that's fine. You know? And I fill up all of my mind space, and I spend all of my free time reading more about the same shows and reading fan fiction of them if I'm not working. And that is fine. I hit an age where I was like, you know what? That's totally fine. Because what else are you gonna do? Not enjoy yourself? Life's too short not to enjoy yourself, I'll tell you that. But anyway, okay, let me find out. I'm gonna pick someone to raid, because we have to raid someone. We're going to raid... We're going to raid... my friend, Kaya, it's the first day of her Kayathon. But she's raising money for her brother's school, as well as like employment stuff. And she is really cute. She does a lot of ASMR, so if you like ASMR, she's someone who I think you'd really interested in. She was in School Days. She's really cute. We're gonna do... Oh yeah, my gameplay was really good. Honestly, guys, did you see my 360 no scope in all in RPG Maker pixel fashion? Did you like my sick 360 no scope? I have to walk my dog now. It was amazing. I loved when you hit the gritty. Oh yeah, I hit that gritty so hard. And I drill pecked. Wait, sorry, that's freaking Pokemon. What do you call? I barrel jumped. I rolled the barrel, and then I did a blaster, and I don't know. Something gaming. Gaming term blast. What do you call and then I did the gun, and then it was like, whoa, and then I scored and then I went diamond or something. I don't know. I think that's a league thing. But I will see you guys, if you are a member, I will see you all tomorrow for the membership stream where I will do PFP drawings. And then on Sunday, I will be playing Divinity Original Sin 2. So we'll play more Divinity. But I will see you all then. Please send your love to Kaya for the money she's fundraising for right now. And if you like ASMR, she's great. And I hope that you will be excited for 2 weeks from now when I release something really fun. With one of my gen mates, who I won't say who, but it's a fun thing, and when I put the trailer up, I'm sure y'all know who it is. But we're doing a cute little cover. It's basically just a cover. But I mean, it's not just a cover, because it's a very good one. But I will see you all tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, then on Sunday, okay? 3, 2, 1...